Choose your destiny.
King Chaka NT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized. ¿Cómo estás? How you doing? Get organized. Oh, I have to check. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Si se puede. So, I apologize for being late. Again, I had a good excuse this time, though. So policies over personality is the name of the show today. Policies over personality. Is that closed? Sorry about that. Policies over personality. So we're talking about politics. Today in our present politics here in the United States and in other places around the world, because it seems like we tend to export all of it is some good stuff that we export around the world, but there's some horrible things that we tend to export around the world. Like, for example, I saw where is it? I want to say Brazil, that there was like a school shooting, and the person who did the shooting said that they were copying off of one of the shooters up here in the United States. One of the school shootings that happened here. Like in their manifesto, they explained that they were inspired, by this thing, one of these people who did it here in the United States. And it's crazy because in that country, they don't really have that problem. Like it's something that's being exported. So another thing that's getting exported from the United States is this personality, this identity politics, the cult of personality, you can say what you want to about Trump, love him or hate him or whatever, but people there's a good amount of people who just like him as a person, So then the things that he chooses to do, or whatever policies he promotes, or, things that he say in his speeches, it's really that they like him as a person. So his policies don't really matter that much. Like they don't even really look at that much. They just like him. So they're like, this is our guy. We're going to go with him. So it happens on the other side too, on the Democratic side here in the United States. Again, you got these personalities like AOC, you name them. And people just like them. So like the policies don't really matter. They're just like, I like that person. So we're going to go with whatever they go with, whatever they promote. So it's like, they're our leaders. We decided that these people are our leaders. We like them personally. We like their, the way they carry themselves, or the way they talk, the way they speak, but as far as the policies that they promote, is something that is secondary or third or fourth even in consideration. Um, so it's a real problem when that's how you get people to vote against their interests. That's how you get people to vote against what's good for them, is when you have this identity politics, and then they use like they shame you into voting for or against certain people. Like, I can't believe you voted for that person, or I can't believe you voted against that person, or whatever. And then when someone that knows the politics and they're like, well, they voted for this bill or whatever, and I don't like that bill, so that's the reason why I didn't want to vote for them or whatever. They're gonna be like deer in the headlights. They're not gonna even understand what you're saying, and it's a reason why, like, the way people vote is a public record, but it's not like they talk about that in the media. So people get their information from the major news stations, and they talk about frivolous stories. They talk about personalities, a bunch of opinions. If they actually talked about what different politicians voted for and went and covered those records, to be like, they voted yay against this, they voted nay against that, they voted yay against this, they voted yay nay against that, and did like a list, and showed that to the people, that would be educating people about, what these people actually are doing in office, But you have to do digging, you have to do some searching, you got to actually do some research to find out what people are voting for when they're, in office, when they're doing their legislative duties. And again, like, that stuff is not promoted necessarily on the media. What's promoted is the personalities. So people vote based on personalities and not on the policies. So that's what I get the title from, policies over personality. So that's not the way it is, but that's the way it should be. It should be that regardless of this dude's personality, like, even if he speaks well, I like him, maybe he comes from the same neighborhood as me or whatever, maybe I know him personally and I like this guy, we're even friends. But if his policies, what he's voting for when he's doing his duties, legislative duties, if they go against what I think is best for the people, then I should vote against him, regardless of how I feel about this guy. If I want things to move forward in a certain direction, then I need to be focusing on the policies, not the dude's personality. What's up, Pat? How you feeling, man?
Man, I'm doing good, bro. How you?
Yeah, I apologize for being late, man. I was late last night too.
Man, last night man, I had a crazy week, so I was just exhausted. I pretty much tried to do what I did tonight, but Doc tried to call me, but I didn't. Well, he did not try. He called me, but I just didn't hear it. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Shit, I'm tired as hell too, man. I only got like maybe 3.5 hours of sleep last night because I did the show. Then I had to go to work this morning. I did some running around after that. And yeah, so I'm gonna sleep in the morning and catch up. But it is what it is. So the name of the show today is Policies Over Personality. What do you think about that?
I'm all for it, bro. I mean, it only makes sense, but that's still gonna have people split because there's always gonna be something that somebody's gonna be more. Shit. Me and you could be a great example. There's certain things that you know, you would definitely, let's just say, if I was running. Like, cause I was halfway heard some of the stuff you say. If I ran for office, like, you probably wouldn't vote for me. Especially if somebody else was,
If they had policies that I liked better, and it wouldn't be
yeah.
no hard feelings, I'd still be cool with you. But I'd be like, bro, you don't have my vote. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna tell you, kiss my ass. You better get your ass in there and vote for me, damn it.
What's up, Deuce? How you feeling, man?
I'm good. I'm good. How about y'all, man?
Chilling, chilling.
That's what's up.
Big chilling, man. Yeah.
Man, I wouldn't be tripping about you not voting for me, but I'd be like, in the back of my mind, I'd be like, that nigga gonna come running this way, cause that motherfucker who is in agreement with me, and he's gonna come back
Well,
this way and be like,
well,
I need your help. Be like, nah, motherfucker, what happened to that motherfucker you voted for?
you
Yeah,
know, but you know, I mean, the thing to me is, I think a lot of people have the same concerns. It's just that the priorities are not in line, and like for whatever reason, some people, based on what somebody was sold on, what's like most people are not like, because like, all right, we could probably, if we, just kind of just took a little vote or whatever. Let's just say you listed the top 10 things or top five. Let's just say the top five things you think that need to be changed. I do the same. Deuce does the same. Even we add Doc into it. Like our list would be different of what we think is more important to get, first things to work on. So, I mean, based on what we believe, even though, so even the similar ideas that we have probably would not meet just because of the fact that, we've prioritized certain things differently.
yeah, I hear you on that. I think you're right. I think that we would have the same things on the list, but the order of the list would be different.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's true, and I think that's one of the problems with with the politics. A lot of people do agree, but what should be done first? And there's the argument. You know,
Well, I mean, what's more important to you, let's just say like I mean, a college student isn't gonna see the same thing that I see as a middle-aged person, and even me with somebody who's elderly, or what I'm saying, like
right?
every like just because of even just we don't even look at sex, race, any of that. We just look at ageism. Like our priorities are going to be different just based on you know how old we are.
Right. And your economic backgrounds. That's gonna influence a lot.
Oh, that man, that changes everything, bro. Like I ain't gonna lie. Like, but I mean, more than anything, classism. Like most of us are like like we see the world based on the class that we're quote unquote in,
Definitely.
or at least we feel that we're in. Because I mean, the people at the top don't see us as any different, but
Right.
somehow, yeah.
A lot of people identify with certain class groups that they probably don't really fit in to, you know. And
So,
and but I think back to the priority thing. I think that a lot of things can be done at once. Like I think you can multitask, and I think that that's what the focus needs to be able to get more people on board. You'd have to say, okay, we're going to work on this, and this. You know what I mean?
well, yeah, I think so too. But I mean, at the same time, we're looking at, I mean, things that cost money. We're looking at a budget, and like I said, I mean, like we're looking at even just from party to party, like that changes drastically just
Hmm.
from like because I was having well, not really conversation, but I was had a little back and forth on uh messenger with a friend of mine, and it's just like, okay, you know based on your party affiliation, you know nobody really goes against, and it's both sides don't go against the main narratives of that party, because you know and I know that you got to have some sort of you know what's the word, I guess they have to have some commonplace for each, for with each other. But I think even there are separations, differences, big differences within, but they don't show it. And like, let's just say with the president, whatever he's saying, a lot of the senators, representatives, like they're just not gonna say anything. Like a lot of people know that Biden shouldn't be president, but nobody's gonna say Joe Biden shouldn't be president. They're just gonna go along with whatever, the narrative. And you know, and the same, like even with Trump, a lot of Republicans won't say, you know what, this fool does not need to be president. Like, why are we even entertaining this? You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, and that goes back to the policies over personality or personality over policies, and how they shame you, and they're like, well, you're supposed to be a Democrat or whatever, so or you're
ex-
supposed to be liberal, or you're supposed to be conservative, or whatever it is. So
yeah,
then, how can you support this guy, or how can you not support this guy?
and, and I know for me, even though like I'm in the middle, I'm an independent. I really, I just really want whoever's gonna do the best job for the country, and something that's gonna not rob me of my rights. So, I'm that's the main thing that I'm leaning towards. Something that, where I can make money, for fellow man can, be able to survive without having to, because I mean, yeah, I like socialist programs, but I don't want a fully socialist government. Like I like the idea of working for what I get. I don't want somebody just giving me shit just because, oh well, you can't do it on your own. But there are people who have worked and deserve to have those freedoms, those certain things. Once they get older, maybe even some people who've had the welfare system for people who just having a hard time. But I still believe that us as human beings, we should work for what we get, not just be looking for whatever the government or we can be given, you know, and that's on the work thing. There's certain things that I mean the government has to do. So I mean, we're not talking about those things. I'm just saying like just in our personal lives, we should work for what we have just so that it's a more balanced thing. But some people are lazy. Some people don't want to work for nothing. They just like want to just go play video games all day and bills are paid for no reason.
Yeah. And that kind of goes with what I was saying earlier too about if they showed what the people voted on in the major news networks, it would make a difference because people don't want to take the time to actually look up how their senators, their representatives vote on certain bills. It's all public knowledge, but you have to dig to find it, and just most people aren't going to do it. So then they just trust the talking heads on the media telling you, kind of the overall big picture. But I think, the media is doing a disservice to people. If they went line for line on the topics, on the policies, and showed the people who voted yay and who voted nay on all of these different bills,
All
then
the things that's important to them that would fall into the place that's important to them, then they'll realize that the people that they have not given as much credit to or acknowledgement for what they're fighting for, then like at some point they'll realize, oh wait a minute, oh so this person is more in line with me than these other folks that you know I've been talking shit about.
right, or the other way around. The
Vice
one that
versa.
the person
Yeah.
that you think is actually, the one that you think is looking out for you and what you care about, and then you look and you see that they actually voting against that every time it pops up,
Hmm.
you know, but you don't know that, that's a problem. It sucks.
Yeah.
I want to go into this one because I've been harping on this for the longest and about the inflation, about what's driving the inflation, and how we are so like we're so sensitive to the corporations and their sensibilities. Meanwhile, they're ripping us off and they're lying about the inflation. They're using like COVID or disruptions in the
all of the influx of dollars into the system.
well,
That's one of the things that they put out there as a
and
big
that's
reason.
actually fair, or that's a fair argument. But the reason these prices, what we're paying at the pump or in the grocery store or whatever, a lot of this stuff is not directly driven by uh holdups in their supply chains or the number of dollars in the system. All of this stuff that they're saying, a lot of it is just the companies are just simply raising their prices. They're looking at they see an opportunity where people gonna believe that they have to raise the prices, so then they just take advantage of it. Because a lot of those prices that went up during COVID hasn't come down.
My thing is, I wish people was as strong about all of the products on the market, the pricing and all that, instead of because I mean, you know, standing up to Bud Light and whatever because of whatever you believe. Okay, that's cool, but I mean, bro, there's other things that we needed to stand up about that we just haven't not. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
telling you, they're more concerned about who the spokesperson or whatever. They put a flag on the bottle or whatever. They're more outraged about that than the people ripping you off with the price, just raising the price, because COVID is pretty much over, right? I mean, you can't tell me those people are still
It's
having
not pretty much.
supply.
It's not pretty much over. It's over,
So
but
you can't tell
because
me they're still having
COVID will
supply.
never be over.
yes,
There
it's
there
over.
will always be another variant. There will always be another booster. There will always
But
be a mutation
No,
to make us afraid
but
of.
what
but but
that stuff will be available for your mind and your body, but it's not real. Like it's not because I mean I guess it maybe it exists, but
yeah, Doc is right, but there's no longer a pandemic. It's no longer a lot of people dying. There's no longer the supply chains being disrupted behind them closing or
well the
whatever,
but
making you not be able to do this.
the supply chain was not messed up because of the pandemic. The supply chain was messed up because of the way business was being handled in the in the executive branch. Like it has nothing. Like these people are purposely not doing business the way as usual because it's purpose. Like they purposely do not want. Like they're trying to change the whole dynamic of the world and
And
the way
they're
you
using it as,
depend.
I agree
The
with you.
way
They used it as an excuse the whole time. But you did have issues where you had like the ships that couldn't dock and couldn't unload stuff and all of this. And
no,
that
but see, but that's the thing. No, but that was created too. Say, bro, those docs could have accept just like any other time they could have accepted those ships. They just didn't.
well, my point is they're ripping people off. And I want to play this video. So this is a tweet right here. New York Times. They said Procter and Gamble raised prices 10% across its brands like Gazette razors, Down dish soap, Swiffer dusters for a second straight quarter, and said its profit margin had widened. So New York Times double-digit price increase bolster profits at Procter and Gamble. The consumer goods company raised prices 10% across its brands for a second straight quarter and said its profit margin had widened. And Robert Wright has a video. He said Procter and Gamble can get away with it because with at least 65 brands, they own a lot of their own competition. Here's how monopolies and corporate greed are the real drivers of inflation.
Haven't wasted any time hammering inflation.
No,
Everybody's talking about it, but ignoring one of its biggest causes: corporate concentration. Now, prices are undeniable.
Hey, you know,
Yeah.
I'm glad it kind of paused because my
Undeniably
problems with
rising.
all this
In res-
Go ahead. Go
this
ahead.
this guy is not going to talk about the fact that our government has a place where they could have changed a lot of this, where it wouldn't allow them to raise prices, especially in a tough time where the inflation is such a problem. Like, you know, that's how me personally, I know that they're a part, all of them are a part of this problem. You
I
know,
agree. There's laws on the books for this stuff. They could bust up these monopolies and so
it's
forth.
been done. It's been done before, but not just the monopoly, but just the fact that okay, like you're raising prices. They're either you know, because you remember we talked about a few months ago on how they're reducing the amount of stuff in the box so that they wouldn't have
Right.
to necessarily raise the price too much, but they did both. They end up bringing down the amount of product they give you and raising the prices. So at the same time, like they're really like
They're
without you,
winning on both ends.
yes. So my thing is like they could like our Congress could have made laws that would or you know that they would have to follow where they couldn't raise the prices because the inflation is such a problem because we see it like when their profits are doubling and tripling, that just lets you know that it doesn't cost them any more than what it has because
Right.
the price the you know the them being able to raise the price and you know all the tricks that they've been pulling on the people, that it was not necessary. What they didn't have to do that. They just
Yeah, but like I'm saying though, there's already they don't have to make any new laws. There's laws on the books. They're just not enforcing them. So what did they do? They said that they're going to raise the interest rates to fight inflation. Meanwhile, that just hurts the people more. People can't buy cars. They can't buy houses.
that's the point.
You know, it's squeezing the people even more, and the inflation is still there. It
That
it,
was the
it,
point.
it hasn't improved. It
Well,
hasn't
remember,
stopped.
we're not supposed to buy anymore. We're supposed to own nothing and like it.
And that's what the New World Order or whatever, the fucking neoliberal ass global agenda is. And that's what they used COVID as a way to usher in this, cashless. That's the other part of it, cashless society, so they can track things more, reasons to surveil people even more, to know where you are and what you're doing, everything that you're doing, all your spending, you know, and just keep everybody in under their thumb, like in apartments. It keeps people from being able to move from there. Because see, what happened was over the last 20 years or so, 50 years or so, a lot of people came out of poverty. Like a lot of people around the world moved out of poverty, and these people gained more power and more, freedoms. They gained more liberties. You know what I'm saying? And started opening businesses and all of this stuff and having real competition. They don't want competition. They have this illusion of competition where they have these different brands. You go to the store and you buy some cheese or some milk or whatever, and you're comparing these two brands, and it's really the same company that owns both of those brands. So they have this illusion of competition. They don't want real competition. They want just monopoly so that they can make all the money. So when Joe Blow comes out of poverty and starts a business and becomes a real competition to them, they squash him out or they buy him out or whatever, because they want to keep the status quo. They want the same people that has the money and running the show, the people who own the means of production. They want those to continue to be the same people, and their children and their children's children and their children's children's children to be the ones. And the rest of us are just going to be the consumers. And that's just it, period. You don't have no opportunity to move out of the realm you was in where you were born.
Say, bro, the monarchy is back. Like they're really like this one world government. Like that's pretty much what like just have like pretty much going back to the days of the king, the queen, or I mean even just the king, because really that's what we're if we give credence to this person who supposedly is the was it Queen Elizabeth's child or whatever, blah blah blah. I mean he's not real. I mean he's not like by blood he's not a real king, but some people in their mind gonna believe he is, and whatever happens people gonna follow it and whatever, just like it's but this whole one world government is coming. It looks like it's like they're winning because nobody, everything is a conspiracy. There's no.
And
I don't know.
I agree with you. The monarchy, I don't think it's coming back. I think it just never went away. And then this idea of the nepotism that we support. And see, this is the part that I have a problem with, is because us, the regular folks, we look at the queen like she is somebody or whatever. We look at Will Smith.
I'm a regular folk, and I don't.
For the most part, you know what I'm saying. I don't necessarily.
I hear what you. I know what you're saying.
But the masses,
yeah.
They look at these people like they are somebody. Like Bill Gates, Elon Musk, or whatever.
No, not them people.
Not those people. They fall in the same boat. These are the actual elites. These are the actual monarchs. You know what I'm saying? And the nepotism is real because their parents put them in the positions that they're in. That it wasn't that these people were so brilliant and they came up with such great ideas or whatever. No, it was because they was born to a family that put them in a position to be the owners of means of production. You know what I'm saying? And now you do have some that break through or whatever, and then they become a part of the elite, and then their children. Like I saw this thing about Kanye West's kid, Northwest or whatever, and they're putting her in something. I can't remember right now. It really doesn't matter. But the point is the nepotism, and that we support that, and we're just like. On one hand, I totally understand. You know what I'm saying? I can't knock somebody for taking care of their children or putting their children in a good position. Look, we all want to do that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But the problem I have is how we worship this nepotism and like uphold it. We are what gives it its power because like we say, like the dollar or whatever, the power that it has is based on our belief in it. You know what I'm saying? That just like the monarchy, just like the Catholic Church, what gives them the power, that gives them the authority is us. We give the authority to them because we look at it as authority. Does that make sense?
No, I'm with you, and I agree with you on that. Of course, I mean, we all want to set our children up for, everybody might not be looking for the best, but at least to be in a good position. And I don't necessarily see anything wrong with that, but I think at the same time, I mean, when you're like these idols, like idolizing people as if they're something higher than you, and you don't like if you're that simple to believe that anybody's better than you just because of some material things they have and this, that, and the other. That's just they was able to position themselves differently. Okay, cool. Everybody's got a different way.
And I can respect that, but I'm not going to look at them as they're better than me or greater than me. Like it's the whole idea of the blue blood type of thing. You know what I'm saying? That they're just born better than everybody else. And I cannot get with that. I can't roll with that.
No. That's us, our faults for doing stuff like for even
entertaining that shit.
Yeah.
But the kings got their heads cut off in the past. The people was like, we ain't feeling this no more. You living in the palace and we're starving over here. And then the only reason why you get to rule us is just because you came out of your mom's womb. Like bullshit. Off with his head.
But see, but that's one of the reasons. Cause see, I mean, a lot of like I think a lot of even you guys on the panel don't realize that the argument for what I have a lot of times might be against you, but really it's for the fact that we can have the freedoms that we enjoy. Like I don't know if people realize how much everything that we appreciate can be changed if we keep trying to have all of these new and different freedoms. Like, I mean, there's certain things, especially based on your understanding of the law. If you believe that, somebody is stopping you from being able to do certain things, I mean, that's just really just in your mind. Like, I mean, there's,
Right.
you can't unlearn somebody. You could try to show them, but most people, if they're not willing to try to learn on their own, I mean, they're just never gonna get it.
And part of it is that they're caught up in the illusion related to, like, okay, so I made the example of the kings getting their head cut off, so then it's like the monarchy is over or whatever. But we just made an example of how, like, it's actually continuing, but they're just not called kings and queens no more. So then that's where people don't believe that it's actually still the same way. But it is the same way because you still worshiping these people and you think that they're better than you and you think that they deserve to be the owners of all production, they're smarter.
That's the main
Go ahead.
reason why I was just saying, like, the example that you just gave is the main reason why they're trying to disarm us in this country, bro. Like,
Well, and that's
they know that they continue on with this bullshit and things get out of control or they start gaining too much power over people. They know we coming for them. They know the United States, the citizens in this country is coming for them, and that's why they want to take your rights and your
that's a good example.
He's okay letting them have the guns though, taking our guns though.
But see,
I
and you know what, Deuce is a great example to at least show for because I mean it won't work on everybody, but that is a good example towards Chaka because it's like, okay, yeah, you're looking at the children. We all care about the children. Like it's not like we care any less about the children than you do, but at the same time, there has to be a different solution because we give up so many other things at the same time if we do that. And I mean, even though like they've tried that before, maybe you missed it, but they've tried it before to some extent where like giving new regulations on guns, but that never changes anything because
I don't think
the Democrats are still going to send people out there to shoot up schools just so that you can be in fear of what your children might be dealing with.
I don't think the Democrats are the ones that are sending people to shoot up schools. But in my defense with that argument, which is a fair argument, but Doc was talking about, what do you call it, the fifth dimension warfare or whatever?
The fourth and fifth generational warfare.
So this is a warfare that doesn't, guns are not it.
It is not war in the streets. It is not hand-to-hand combat. It is a war for the social. It is a war for the heart and the soul and the mind of the American people.
So boom, those guns are not going to be useful in this war. That's my point.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're going to stop us from getting drug out in the street, beat and mask forced on us like they did in Australia.
Well, against each other, but not against the government.
You have to understand.
No, it's
the
not
guns
just against each
are
other.
there to help protect us, not from each other, but from the government. Just
how
like the Constitution is our weapon to protect us against the government.
Exactly. Because that's the thing. Because they knew times like this would come. Because
you realize we have the only constitution in the world that actually gives us the right to bear arms, rise up, and overthrow a tyrannical government.
Well, we have a tyrannical government right now, and I don't see people rising up And if they did get guns together and militias together,
That's because
they're going to get
the
crushed.
sides are being the tyrannical ones. That's because the left wants to be able to tell us exactly what is allowed to be said and not, and all of this. And the right is pulling religious kookiness out of their fucking ass and trying to label that as what the laws should all be.
Good cop, bad cop. But if we all got together and formed militias against the government, we would get crushed. We would get smashed. You can't fight the war that way.
No, we wouldn't. I mean, well, the only difference is that they have bigger weapons,
Yes,
but at the same time,
they got tanks.
But
They won't.
what you're missing is people who have to operate those things are people like us.
That's true. That's why the war has to be fought. It's fought in a different way for the minds, like Doc was saying. So, but look, y'all talk about the guns. They won't let you have guns. I mean, I'm talking about not letting you have guns, but they won't let you buy a tank. They won't let you buy a freaking bomber plane. They're not gonna let you buy a submarine, no matter how much fucking money.
If you keep going the way you're going, we're not even going to be able to buy a BB gun or an airsoft rifle.
Well, but look where the line is drawn.
Because you might actually get that through a riot shield's eyepiece and put one of their eyes out. That's too dangerous for the police. We couldn't let you have that.
Well, the government will let you buy an AR-15, but they're not going to let you buy a tank.
Do you really think police oversight and brutality is going to lessen when we don't have weapons?
But hear my argument. Hear my argument.
I hear your argument all the time. You don't listen to the other side either.
Listen, if they let you buy an AR-15, they let you buy an AR-15, but they won't let you buy a tank. Why? Because you can't fight a tank with an AR-15. So the government's gonna win if you do a firefight with them. They got choppers like helicopters.
But we can't afford it.
We can pull money together and buy that stuff. If we got together as a community, we could totally buy that stuff. And you got people out here with the money that could go buy that stuff. But legally, they wouldn't be able to.
In that case, let's authorize people to buy them.
I'm with that. I'm totally with that. If it's a level playing field. So, but that's what I mean. We can't fight against them in that way.
Of course, you do realize that means the criminal organizations are now going to be rolling through your neighborhoods in tanks.
So there's a reason why
they're gonna be like, "Hey, cuz I'm finna go
a malicious
in this tank."
Because what y'all believe? Yeah, because see, y'all pointing out something really significant.
I got a good one too when it comes to the racial side of this whole guns and things. When a white man walks out the door, loads his gun, puts it in his holster, he's not planning on going out and really shooting anybody. That bullet is not meant for somebody. However, there is another part of the community that when they put that bullet into that magazine, that's for another one of me.
They got somebody's
that's
name
that's for that ninja down the street that's gonna mess with me.
But look, let me ask you this.
That is the gun culture that needs to be gotten rid of. And these old people shooting people just because they're walking on the property. Yeah, I don't know when that's ever been good, ever.
And that's why this topic keeps coming up, because it's so ridiculous. All of the random ass shootings that's happening for frivolous
it's not
ass
all
reasons.
that. Remember, I've been talking about how there's more gun violence than AR-15s and school shootings. Now it's being brought up. This is all stuff that happens all the time. It really is.
And this is things that they just get to a point when they're working on a certain campaign. They make that stuff more visible than they would just in any other time when they're focused on something different. And that's something that I think that people need to realize, is that it's not happening anymore that any other time. It's just that this is what they're putting, they're just like with most other arguments, this is something that when they're trying to focus on getting guns out of the hands of people, they start putting making stories like this more visible, because there's times when this same type of stuff is happening but you don't hear about it, and that's one of the trigger
also
this triggering people.
These are all pistol deaths going on right now. They're shooting with pistols. Okay, hey, you know what? Let's change these laws. Let's get rid of the AR-15s, but we'll leave everyone the pistols for a little bit. You know,
Well,
and
they're
bam,
they're
and now
making
all of a
pistols.
sudden you've got more. Well, yeah, they're making those scary, but aren't AR-15s scarier?
No,
I-
I mean it's
Well,
nothing
no,
different.
not to people that know guns. Actually, people that know guns know that a 9mm pistol is actually more deadly to get hit with, or just as deadly to get hit with as an AR-15.
I
I mean,
hear
AR,
y'all.
The ARs are just more accurate. They
I hear
actually
y'all
use a smaller
argument.
bullet.
I hear y'all argument on how the media,
but
jumps on these during political cycles. I
but
do. I hear y'all on that. But here's the but. Isn't it a problem whether it's been happening forever or it's an influx of it? Is it not a problem that should be dealt with? That needs to be dealt with?
yeah,
Are
yeah,
we
but
okay with living in a world where we got to worry about our kids at school or pulling into the wrong driveway or going to a
Dude,
car that's not ours?
once again, now see, they're spreading it out to give more fear, wider fear. More people get killed with hammers than AR-15s every year. Should we ban hammers?
And look, let me ask you this, Pat, because you always have your piece. When was the last time you had discharged your weapon? Like, and not at a freaking gun range.
a range, never.
But having weapons are like having insurance. You may never fucking use your insurance policy for anything, but that one time you need it, it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it.
And the fucking insurances are a fucking ripoff. They're
Let
a
me ask you this
ripoff.
here.
God.
Let me
Oh
ask
my
you this
God.
here, Chaka. If you let's say the world basically started reenacting the movie Purge, and you got these motherfuckers trying to run up in your house, wouldn't you prefer? I'm just wondering, because for me, I would rather have trained my children to use weapons, and we can stand and fight these motherfuckers off, than to be trying to oh that's a bread knife. We need to get this knife, or a knife and a bat, and you got motherfuckers coming in your house with flamethrowers and AR-15 rifles or handguns, and you ain't got shit. By the time you lift your hand to swing with that bat, bro, you shot 4, 5. They done unloaded six bullets into you.
But that's, see, y'all talking about the look, and on the other side of it, they're using the fear to have you want to have your weapons, and just like the insurance. So like, I have paid auto insurance my whole ass life and don't never have a damn car accident. So it was really just a tax because they forced me to fucking have the damn insurance. I didn't want it, but I have to have it legally by law, and I never have a damn car accident. And the insurance company is laughing all the way to the bank, just like the NRA is doing.
Well, I
What are
mean,
you talking
yeah,
about?
that's true. You may have never had a wreck, but the one time you're driving along the freeway and you're trying to find somewhere you're going, and somebody just so happens to rear end you, and they are uninsured motorists. You having that insurance protects you. Hey, somebody just hit you and fucked your car up, and they are uninsured. If you don't have insurance, they don't have insurance. Who the fuck gonna fix your car?
Yeah,
You
but
just
I'm
you
I'm
just
making
out.
the argument that what if that never happens? Just like with the guns. And the reason why I don't like handguns is because it's always the wrong person that gets shot.
But Chaka,
Accidental killings. The little kids get a hold of the gun and shoot their little brother. Or the person, I've seen it happen where people are
Chaka.
playing with the gun and they shoot themselves. And that's what happens more often than,
But your
you having
you
an
got
issue to pull out the weapon and need it.
the reason why your argument has the biggest hole in it is because you're saying, what if it doesn't happen? We see that people are carrying guns, people are getting shot. If it's happening to one person, it can happen. Like, I mean, it can definitely happen to you too. So the thing is you're saying, like, what if they didn't? Yeah, that's a great, you know movie to watch, but in reality it makes more sense that you can be able to protect yourself than for you to just leave it up to the chance that
I
nobody
just don't
else is
I
going to
just
have
don't
one.
I really just don't feel like it's the answer. Look at what happened at the
It
Uvalde
is that,
shooting,
but you're
and
wrong.
you had
But
all
but
those
that's the
cops
thing.
there. What about
This
the
is
guy who went into the bank?
there's
Was
only
it a
one
bank?
right answer. There's
It
only
was the
one right.
bank. The
Uh,
school, the
Louisville.
mass
What
shooting with the guy in the bank.
what about the guy that walked into the church, popped off 2 rounds, and then somebody shot him?
Yeah, I remember.
What about the
that.
baseball game where the guy fired from the edge of the field and one of the guys on the bleachers took him out before anybody got hurt? You can't argue that it doesn't happen, because it does. You just don't hear about it because it doesn't fit the fear narrative.
Well,
You didn't hear about these 3 black guys that got a whole bunch of guns and stuff like that, killed 4 people, injured 32. You haven't heard anything about that, have you?
because the fear
Because
narrative
they're
is
because
what I'm
they
saying on the
didn't
other
use
side.
AKs, because they didn't use assault rifles, and
But-
they didn't fit the narrative because it was a bunch of criminals shooting crap up.
I'm saying 99.9% of the people who pack weapons like Pat never have to discharge their weapon. You know
Why?
There's never-
Why?
never-
Because
Good.
I carry an energy with me. I wish you motherfucker would.
Well, I don't carry a weapon, and I've never been in a situation where I needed one.
But you know, but
Lucky
see,
for,
the more,
lucky
the
for
more,
you,
the
some
more
people
you
don't
talk
have
about
that
it,
benefit in their life.
say, bro.
And what I was saying about the bank, the guy went up in the bank and shot up all of these people, and that's like the most secure building. Everybody, just weapons everywhere in that building. It didn't
so
save
Yeah,
those
and
people that he killed.
not everybody reacts like an action hero. John Wick is not going to be in every freaking bank.
And one of the
You
cops,
you can't expect every freaking security guard. Most of them are more Paul Blart than they are Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I want to say the guy died. I'm not sure. The guy, he just got out of training. It was like his first week out of the police academy, and he ran towards the situation. And I know he got critical condition. I think he died at the bank that day. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, and he was trained. He had weapons. It didn't save him.
He had a handgun and
ha-
an AR-15 fucking fight,
Half
bro.
of the
Do you
guards
realize how
at
spot
bank,
on your aim has to be when you got a handgun going up against somebody that has an assault rifle, a semi-automatic or automatic assault rifle, and you got a handgun? Do you realize how spot on you gotta be? You gotta hit that motherfucker. That one shot need to kill him or totally disable him, where he's not able to fire that gun. Like, so that's not even that's like bringing a knife to a gunfight when you're talking like that. That's just the same thing that happened to the black security officer up there in New York at the grocery store. He shot, but that one shot that he took wasn't enough. It didn't even, the guy had on
Body armor.
body armor. You know what I'm saying? So when you're going up against somebody like that in a situation like that, you have to be able to breathe and think through everything that's going on. You may not he may, that person with that assault rifle may fatally injure 1 or 2 people before you get your shot off that's gonna take him out. Because it's two different, you're two different weaponries, man.
Say,
You
bro.
know what I'm
Look,
saying? Like
look.
so
Chaka is too stubborn when it comes to this conversations because I kind of feel like we're wasting time. Because I mean, you know, people who gets it. Those who don't, and like in most cases they're okay with it, and that's just gonna be a recycling thing. Like they'll find different points to try to tell you that they're right, and
it's
it.
just like transgender activists. They give you all the reasons in the world why transgender, but they never get to the actual fucking reason as to why the shit
Well, I
really
mean,
doesn't matter.
when the real questions come out, there's no answer. It's a question that answers the question. Like they have a whole nother question that comes up instead of answering the question you asked. Then it becomes, oh well, they have another question that's supposed to override what question you just asked them instead of answering it. That's just all that's gonna happen. So, I mean, you know,
Yeah,
and
we
we
just
were
fall
on
on
inflation.
different sides of this particular argument. That's all. I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, and honestly, I mean, there is only one right answer because you know, until you can prove or like show how everybody else, because like in the situation we're in, if we was talking about before guns have been around, you know, and spread to everybody in the country for the last 200 years that the solution is to somehow because restrictions doesn't do anything, because guess what, people who want to kill don't care about restrictions when they get ready to pull the trigger. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, there's certain things we got to think about that cannot happen at this point in time. Like, it's just, I mean, and you to have some utopian idea of what it could be just out of the blue, it's just not responsibly thinking to me. Like, I mean, I just don't see, like, that's not a sound, you hadn't thought it all the way through, because what would it, like, it's gonna be a war before we can have what you're saying, the thing that you don't want to happen.
I think it will be a war, but I don't think it'll be with
and the
guns.
people without guns are gonna get their ass whooped.
I don't think it's gonna be with guns. What about the Wild Wild West? Y'all remember, why did they call the Wild Wild West the Wild Wild West? It was like no law. It was like lawlessness. It was like everybody had guns and people would just kill people in the streets.
No, there was
and bury them in the desert.
No, there was law. It was just that
no.
was some people.
There was still civilization.
Yeah, there was just certain people that were.
Yeah, but
like
you had to worry about getting popped walking down the street.
No, you didn't. Like the average
If
person.
you say something to piss somebody off.
And is that the world we want to live in? Why did they change that? Why did they change
the world
it?
we do live in now? Because you can look at somebody and
that's
that
my
motherfucker.
point.
Do you not think that this is
That's
a better
my
world
point.
than that?
What was the name of your title for last night?
What the hell?
Shit, I don't remember.
Can we live in reality, or
Oh yeah, okay.
About,
that was it. That was it. Yeah.
Say, bro, can you live in reality?
I'm living in reality, and I'm saying that we're living in the Wild Wild West, or y'all want to take it back to the Wild Wild West.
No,
hey, you're the only one talking about people going to shoot people walking down the street. You're the only one of saying that the Wild West was like that. I thought you were a student of history. You know better. That right there is the creation of fear, just like the media is trying to do.
No law. By you saying that it was no law, that's not true. There was
the
law.
Fear is the reason why everybody is packing guns, because they're scared of somebody going to do something to them. And 99% of the time, that's not what happens. We focus on the 1%.
No.
Hey,
that's not true.
I'd be carrying a sword right now if I could afford it and find one that actually looked good with everything I wore.
And it feels like the Wild Wild West when you got somebody pulling into a driveway, they turn around and they get shot, or going to the wrong door to deliver food and they get shot.
Dude, I heard when I was living in Louisiana in the 80s, I heard stories like that happen 3 times a week, just in the state. It doesn't happen near as much as it used to, but yeah, it still happens. And right now, the focus they're trying to do is going to be, if you look at these recent shootings, is all old people versus young people. Most of the old people are conservative too.
And they're old and they're scared.
And this all just happened after 5.
But it sounds like you're the one that's scared.
I'm not.
That's
why I don't have a gun.
No, he's terrified.
I'm terrified that my child is going to be going to school and somebody's going to go in there and shoot up the school.
He's got the exact amount of fear that the media wants him to have.
All right, no, hold on. Let's do this. What's the process of people not being able to have guns anymore? What process are we gonna take so that nobody has guns?
Well, you pass legislations, you pass laws to regulate the guns. You do responsible gun ownership. There's common sense
which is already happening.
You do gun buybacks.
That's already happening.
You make sure that people have constant training with the guns, and that they're responsible for it.
That's already
you make sure that they don't have criminal backgrounds or mental health issues.
Bro, majority of people that have guns,
force them to have permits.
Okay,
majority of the people that have guns, they're going to the gun ranges. They buy
but no,
fucking throwaway ammo just to go to the ranges and
But
I
just
hadn't
because they're
shot
going
this
to the range
motherfucker in a
doesn't mean
couple
they
of
know
years.
how to handle the guns. I was just watching a video
Okay,
just earlier where a guy was
take a
shooting a
look.
handgun at the freaking he was shooting at the target and he didn't hit nothing. And the caption was like, I could see why so many innocent bystanders get popped all the time. The guy was just holding the gun with one hand and it was just shaking all over the place. And he was like acting like a gangster or whatever in the gun range and just bow, 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 bow. He let off like 12 rounds and didn't hit the target once.
First of all, that's a dumbass anyway. Anybody knows when you go to shoot a firearm, you don't use no damn one hand.
That's what I'm
That's
saying. These
movie
people don't
portrayal
have no
shit.
training.
That depends.
yeah, you don't have to have no. I mean,
I am trained to fire a
teach you,
firearm with one hand, but I am trained to do it. Lots of practice, and you're not using those big old clunky guns like a lot of people use. You use a smaller weapon.
Well, this one was a pretty bigger one. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was.
But aren't you glad that dumbass was at a shooting range?
I'm glad he was at a shooting range, but it was like a maybe it was a 45. I don't know, but it was moving around when he it had recoil, had a good amount of recoil. And that's the reason why he was
probably like a 10 millimeter or larger.
Yeah. So
once you get above 9 millimeter, even a 9 millimeter is rough with one hand. Anything above that, I'm a big guy. I wouldn't trust firing it with one hand, at least more than one shot.
So, anyways, let's get back to this inflation. Let me play some of this and let's talk about inflation.
Response, the Fed is about to slow the economy, even though we're still at least 4 million jobs short of where we were before the pandemic. And millions of American workers won't get the raises they deserve. Republicans haven't wasted any time hammering Biden and Democratic lawmakers about inflation.
Skyrocketing inflation.
Inflation.
But don't fall for their fear-mongering. Everybody's ignoring the deeper structural reason for price increases, the concentration of the American economy into the hands of a very few corporate giants with the power to raise prices. If the market were actually competitive, corporations would keep their prices as low as possible as they competed for customers. Even if some of their costs increased, they would do everything they could to avoid passing those costs on to consumers in the form of higher prices, for fear of losing business to competitors. But that's the opposite of what we're seeing. Corporations are raising prices even as they rake in record profits. Corporate profit margins hit record highs last year. You see, these corporations have so much market power, they can raise prices with impunity. So the underlying problem isn't inflation per se, it's lack of competition. Corporations are using the excuse of inflation to raise.
Do y'all remember when the whole thing slowed down with China? Like, cause I mean, China, like Alibaba, the competition that it was creating, because the average person could actually buy stuff for super cheap from China, and then it kind of puts these other big companies in a precarious situation because they're not able to make all the profits that they want. And like the whole idea is to control our ability to exchange with one another. Like, that's where it really, because I mean, if we really had the focus of where we're not trying to run and get their stuff all the time, we wouldn't be under as much control. Like, that's the thing that people don't realize. Yes, it's convenient or whatever, but if you're spending money with people that live next door to you, like, you're circulating money further than you are, than you will if you're going into these corporations, because the person that owns Walmart might be living in Japan or living in Dubai or wherever. Like, but buying products from your neighbor, people in your own community, you're circulating more money, generating money to your, with people within your own community. So it's like when we're fighting for certain big places to people being happy. Oh, we got a new Walmart coming to the house. I mean, bro, we're hurting ourselves when we do that. The food chain, like when we was able to, share with neighbors and some people in the community, and or just even, when you take your produce and stand on the side of the road and sell it to whoever's coming by, this, that, and the other. Bro, we're robbing from each other by, trying to uphold these people, and then they can pull stunts like this. They freaking can change prices on something that only costs 50 cents, and you're paying $4 for it now. I don't know. I mean, we got to do better, bro. Cause like something's got to change, or we're totally doomed. It's not necessarily too late, but we definitely, like, everybody needs to have their own garden. Shoot.
Yeah, so back to what you were saying about the competition and China, and that's a big reason why they're all talking about China, is because, the American companies can't compete with those cheaper products. And
Because they're getting their stuff from China. Like, if that's the thing. Like, the competition is not so much between them and China. I mean, it is to an extent, because I mean it is, but it's mainly with us being able to have the same footing that they have. That's where they have a problem at, because China is China. China gonna be producing shit and selling shit all over the world. But then when somebody in their backyard is able to have cooler products, you got the more unique product, and people want your product, and they don't go to Walmart for the same shirt that you can get, or the same whatever, or at least similar product. Then like if you can't have that exchange, and only they have it, they're okay, because
yeah,
like I said,
yeah. So part of the problem is, we don't manufacture anything anymore. All the manufacturing plants moved overseas because they didn't want to pay American workers fair wages. So, and there goes China stepping in the door to fill in that gap.
well, it wasn't just that.
Yeah,
What
because
is it? They
they only have to
sold
pay their people about $20 a day.
But
Yeah,
no, but
so-
but the thing about that is that we sold most of our manufacturing companies to that part of the world, or
we outsourced it.
Yeah, we moved. Well, no, we set up a bunch of companies there. Like, Nike is there.
Mhm.
Like, all the big brands are in China.
And I just saw a story. It was what is it? The beer companies and the liquor companies like Budweiser, and we want to think that it's American made, but a lot of those plants are in Mexico.
Well, it
That's
is
not
America. That's
true.
America.
There's a Budweiser plant at darn near every major city, and a bunch of them that aren't major cities. The thing is, it's been a German-owned business for about 15 years now.
Well, what most
Jim
people
Beam
don't
is
know
actually either Chinese or Japanese owned for about the last 10 or 12 years.
if you pay attention to the lingo, they're actually saying that most of these things are bottled in these different locations.
And that's the same way they do the cars, because the cars, they say they're American made, but they're assembled in America, and all the parts come from overseas. So it's already been prefabricated, and then it gets assembled here in the United States.
Yeah, that's how Toyota got in. Actually started putting manufacturing plants. They're not manufacturing plants. If you read the literature describes them as assembly plants.
Yeah.
And I saw this story about this clothing guy. He got in trouble because he was buying these clothes made in China, and he was taking off the China tags and putting in American made tags on the clothes, and he got in trouble for it. So, like, part of it is, the us not supporting American products, willing to pay a couple of dollars more because they have to pay their people here in the United States to manufacture this stuff. And the other part of it is that they're lying to us saying that something is American made when it is not, so that they can continue to rake in those more profits, even though they charge more because it's American made, supposedly, quote unquote.
Well, you just took a single single guy that they caught and applied it to the entire corporate industry by saying, and they're doing this, adding that. That's not really fair.
Well, that's one example, but I'm sure it's happening.
Yeah, but you took an individual and saying major corporations are doing this, and while they might be or not, we don't know. That's an assumption that was put on them there. I mean, you got to realize most of the big corporations don't do that because of exactly what happened to that guy. That guy got rolled so bad.
Well, I saw another story about these restaurants selling fish, and they say it's this higher price fish, but it's not. They substituting some cheaper ass fish and lying to the consumers about, what it is.
Well, you know about the whole catfish thing, right?
Tell me.
Only catfish that are raised and farmed in the United States can be labeled as catfish. Tilapia is a catfish, but because it's a Indonesian product or it's an Asian product, it cannot be labeled as a catfish due to this catfish breeder law that was passed in the United States.
Yeah, so these restaurants are telling you it's catfish and it's not. It's swai or something else.
Well, it's the other way around, but yeah.
Yeah, so, and again, a lot of those fishes are coming from probably China, Indonesia, other places, when they're telling them that it's local or whatever, responsibly fished or responsibly farmed in the United States.
I mean, there is a lot of local restaurants that actually do get their catfish from right here in the country. You got to think where we live at in Houston. Shit, there's a catfish farm probably about six hours away.
Well, remember,
that shit trucked down.
Beards used to have a dozen catfish farms all across the South, Louisiana, and Texas. And some of those have been sold when that company went down. They sold, and most of them are still operating, but in smaller batches and under smaller control. One of them was actually taken over by Texas A&M, and they use it to farm for their research projects and stuff. Well, I did a deep dive on David Beards because I can't find them, and that's always been one of the best fried catfishes that I found. I'm not a big catfish fan, so when I find a good one, I try to find it.
I was raised up on catfish.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. But I don't do it too much now. I prefer almost any other fish. I like catching catfish, but I don't like to eat it.
But look, tilapia is even worse.
Only in a big lake.
I don't eat tilapia either.
I don't do small water cat, and I don't do bayou cat either.
Man, I hear that didn't sound right on so many levels, Doc. But from what I
catfish wouldn't have made it any better.
Shit, I'll eat me some bayou cat in that context.
Oh my god.
As long as it passes the smell check.
Yes, buddy.
No,
all it need to be is clean, fresh out the shower. I'm digging in.
It's all fishy.
Nah,
hey, but I've heard that
smells like the meat
tilapia
market
is.
at Fiesta. I'm walking away.
I've heard that tilapia was created in a lab because of so many people eating the amount of fish that they were eating.
No, it's an actual natural fish that comes, I want to say, from like Vietnam or somewhere over in Asia. I mean, it is an actual breed of fish. It is one of the strains of it is a type of catfish by definition, by scientific um pedigree, you know, the
Yeah,
phylum class, all that stuff.
but what
It
Deuce
is a
is
form.
saying is right. A lot of the catfish that I mean the tilapia that we eat is this like genetically modified. It's only in the farms. It's only farmed raised. It's not in the wild. It's not caught in the wild. They don't even live in the wild. They're farm
No,
only.
bro,
That's that like our catfish,
look
shrimp,
at look at
crawfish,
if anybody has a stomach to do this, look up
our
because
beef,
tilapia,
our
like
chicken.
the tilapia is being raised in sewage plants.
Yeah, well, that's the reason why, in my restaurant, a lot of the people ask, was it farm raised or not? And a lot of these people at the restaurant that I work in, they don't want it if it's farm raised.
Exactly.
And there's a reason for that. It's because of what they get fed a lot of times. And I've seen some of these fish farms, and it's just filthy. Like the water that they're living in is full of feces, and they feed them straight up trash. So if they're eating trash, then when you eat them, you're eating trash.
That's why I don't eat. That's why I don't eat catfish really to start with. I don't eat bottom feeders.
Eating trash sounds good until you really, it doesn't sound as bad. Let me say it's not good, but it doesn't sound as bad as they're eating your shit, the shit that you like. The sewage plants are raising tilapia.
Yeah, it's happening with the pigs. They do the same thing with the pigs because pigs aren't picky as hell. They'll eat whatever, and they literally feed them.
They're so poisonous that they can eat the most poisonous snake and not die. Like I mean, they're like
most farm raised pigs these days are off of cornmeal.
Well, it's gonna say it on the packaging.
Slop.
It's gonna say no. There's different porks. There's because in
like
my
Duroc
restaurant
pork.
you can order the temperature of the pork. So when these porks are raised properly, they can be cooked to temp, and it won't make you sick. It's those pork that are. It's a label that they have to put on it. I forget what the label is.
There's no temperature you can cook pork to and not get worms.
But I'm telling you that they allow people to cook.
Not true anymore.
It's a certain type of pig, man. These regular little pink pigs or white looking pigs, yeah, those you can't. But I know it's some pigs over there. Damn, dude. Whatever country.
Every time you eat pork,
you're
eating worms. I don't care what you're saying. Like you can like this.
I used to
you
think
have to
that
burn it
for the longest time, Pat.
But
they have this. There's a label that comes on the pork. I can't think of what the label is right now off the top of my head, but there's a label that comes on the pork, and those porks can be cooked to temp, and it won't get you sick. They can be cooked medium rare and all that shit. I wouldn't eat it. I'm not recommending anybody eat it, but it's true. It really is true.
That's fine. Yeah, y'all go ahead with that because I ain't touching it. I recommend no one else does.
I like my pork.
But right now we gotta also think.
But y'all eat all of y'all meats well done. I'm a medium rare guy. I'm not gonna eat pork at all. But if I have beef steak, it's gonna be medium rare, bro.
But you know what, man? I'm getting tired.
Yeah,
I'm getting so tired of people
that's why you
teasing
think
me and
that's
talking
why you got a
shit
problem
to
with
me.
guns.
I get so tired of people teasing me and talking shit to me about eating pork. At least a pig is a natural animal that God put here, and it don't fucking take 3 days for that shit to rot in my stomach before I shit it out. I can eat pork and shit that out the same day. Like, yeah.
Well, all meats take a long time to be broken down in your system. Your
Not
system,
all meats. Not all meats, bro. Not all meats.
all
And I,
meats are dense, and
and
it
I,
takes.
and actually, red meat is one that us as blacks should not be eating. That is one of the worst that you can put in your body
Is what?
because of the genetic makeup of black Americans.
What you talking about? Beef?
Beef, yes.
Yeah, red. I mean, red meat, really, white meat, really is not good for. I mean, pork
Bleached
or
greens is
beef is.
bad too.
Look, I'm gonna tell you, the I didn't even catch what you just said. You had to repeat that. But
Bleached
pork and
grains
beef,
is bad for you too.
Yeah, he's talking about white.
bleached.
If it's white, it's not good for you.
Well,
Rice, go
No,
down
I
go
didn't.
down
I
the
didn't go
list.
far as saying it
sugar,
that way.
But that's a
Right,
sugar.
simple
right,
way of saying
rice.
it for
Right,
them to understand.
well, no,
Well,
bleached grains that have gone through a
That
bleaching process.
if
same
it's
thing.
bleached, it's white. I mean, I'm not being racist.
Not always, because your lighter wheat breads are bleached also. Like when you get just like the regular loaf of wheat bread, that's been bleached, but it's not white. It's still got a brown or a tan to it.
It's
But it
mostly
has been
white.
made. It has been made lighter
See,
through a bleaching process.
the healthiest rice that you can eat is called black rice, and that's what we. I mean, we eat a lot. I'm not gonna lie, we eat a lot of jasmine rice at my house,
Yeah,
but
that's what I eat a lot of.
like when my, but we also have the organic healthy rice too, which is it's black. The rice is black,
Well,
and
they
when
have
you
the
cook
wild
it, it looks
rices.
like a
Black,
That's
black,
purplish.
black, brown, or white. I
and
mean,
it's
black, brown,
red.
or
It's
wild.
red. Some of them are red too. It's the wild rices. Yeah, those are the best ones, and they're gonna have color to them.
Yeah. And I actually prefer it over the white rice, but I mean, when I'm with family, it's just like, nobody like just because that's what they're used to instead of, what's better for you.
That's
It's
like corn, bro. Original corn is not yellow. That fucking corn that we eat, that you sit there and you chew that corn up, right? You chew those kernels up, and then you go take a shit, and it comes out as a whole kernel. That's not real, bro.
Yeah, it has no nutritional value, almost no nutritional value.
But
It's
the
been
the
genetically
organic corn
modified.
that they still get like in Brazil, and
Hey, we
where
got to
my
get the
best
butter
friend
into us
is from,
somehow.
my best
Yeah,
friend where he's from, El Salvador, like their corn over there is not yellow. It's like red and purple.
Kind
It's
of an
like a,
orangey color,
yeah,
they still raise maize.
yeah.
which is actually goes
and
into
that's what it
reddish
is.
colors.
Huh?
Yep, it has more than red colors. It has all different kinds of colors. And I learned a lot about maize and studying about the Native Americans, and that was their whole thing. And it's really a grain, is what it really is. That has been, made to it. It used to look more like wheat, and they just kept on making it bigger and bigger. Let's
Yeah,
play some.
yeah, I was gonna say because the grain part of it, you can make grits from it, but the idea of the different
Because
colors is
that's how
just
they ate it. That's how the Native Americans ate it. It was more like a grit.
Oh, I sent you a reel to your messenger. Remember, I was talking about Project Mockingbird. One of the reels that somebody put up pastes all of the different broadcasts together and shows you how all of the news networks are saying the same things. And you'll see what I meant about how the news networks, not just the public, is doing it's not just the politicians now, but the news networks.
Yeah,
no,
we covered
we've been
that
seeing that.
before. Yeah,
Yeah,
It's about a 60-second reel, and it's got I think it breaks down into over 40 different screens and overlays the sound, the actual speaking track over each other, to where it
yeah,
shows you word for word how
we've
they're
had that.
saying it.
yeah.
We
We
did that
played that
last
on the
year.
show. Yeah, we played it. They got a new one that came out, which is probably the one you're showing.
This is the newer one. Yeah, this is the This is the social media being the biggest threat to democracy or something like that one.
Yeah, I might play it. Let me play this Janet Yellen comment right here. Check this out, y'all.
Among our most pressing national security concerns is Russia's illegal and unprovoked war against Ukraine. In my visit to Kyiv, I saw firsthand the brutality of Russia's invasion. The Kremlin has bombed hospitals, destroyed cultural sites, attacked energy grids to cause widespread pain and suffering among civilians. Ending Russia's war is a moral imperative, and it will save many innocent lives. As I've said, it's also the single best thing we can do for the global economy. China's no limits partnership and support for Russia is a worrisome indication that it is not serious about ending the war. It is essential that China and other countries do not provide Russia with material support or assistance with sanctions evasion. We will continue to make the position of the United States extremely clear to Beijing and companies in its jurisdiction. The consequences of any violations would be severe.
So yeah, so
If you believe that shit, then you
yeah, the opposite of everything she said will be more closer to the truth. And freaking, this is their excuse for going at China because China is the next enemy of the state or whatever.
How long do you think it would take for these liberals to absolutely lose their freaking mind if China goes, okay, screw you, we're not going to trade with you anymore?
Yeah, we would be
At
fucked.
all.
We would be fucked.
We're going to sanction you guys.
And better yet, how about y'all pay us back all this money that y'all? We have a huge deficit to China.
That's not going to happen. They're not going to call the debts.
We have a huge debt to them.
That would too much disrupt the entire global economy. They're not quite ready to do that yet.
Well,
that's going to be another 20 to 30 years before they start using that as the threat. Trade is next, because they've got to break us to the point where we can't just print more money to give it to them.
Bro,
they have to disrupt and discredit our currency first.
Well, they've done that, and I mean,
they're doing that.
No, it's done. It's over. It's happened. It's over. It's over.
Okay. Just because the new guys are in the ring doesn't mean the fight's over. There's three currencies that we're watching that are in the name and fourth. You just did. You said that they won. That means the fight's over. No, it's not over yet. It's about to be a fight, though.
Worldwide,
and it never should have been.
Worldwide, yes, it is. I mean, because if you really look at,
I agree with Pat. It's over, and we just haven't come to that realization yet.
Yeah, because we still think that we're the top shit, but we've been the biggest fuck ups in the world. But nobody wants to accept that. They want to keep normalizing what, all these different changes that we say is growth, but we're the ones who around the world are the cancer to the global community. So until the people realize that we're going backwards instead of forward, we're not actually growing, we're declining. Until people realize that we're nowhere close to that.
And we're tied up in all of these conflicts around the world. Meanwhile, China is just building and growing and moving ahead.
Say, bro, they airports. Say, bro, man, there's so many different things about all around the world that we like most people, because America is the great. Like, I love America. Like, this is my country. This is what I believe. I love and fight for. But at the same time, I'm not gonna ignore all of the proof that there is out there, because look at Dubai. 50 years ago, they started a country and is thriving. China not long ago has made big changes to to make themselves greater, and they're actually growing. They're actually building, like they're actually investing in other parts of the world like America used to. We are robbing. We're trying to steal from everybody.
They got trains that can get from one side of the country to the other one in like minutes, and we got derailments happening every 5 minutes.
Yeah, and they've got a totalitarian government. They've got one that if you are the wrong religion, we're going to put you in a camp. While you're in that camp, we're going to harvest a couple of organs that you don't need and sell them over here. Use that. I mean,
listen.
No. Listen here. You guys are railing against how the U.S. is all bad and how we've done this all around the world.
Yes,
it's the same tactics being used by the countries that are pulling ahead and doing better. But at the same time, they're a developing nation. It's okay. It doesn't matter that they put out 10 times the emissions that we do. We need to cut ours down to 10 times more.
I'm not picking a side. I'm just calling a spade a spade.
At this point, I am, because I what's right and what's wrong is there's certain things that until we say enough is enough, we're not gonna move in that direction. So when we realize, like, okay, these people are growing. See, we're in a different position than the rest of the world, where if we want these things to happen, but we allow our government to control everything, where it's driving us further into a hole.
We're stagnated.
Hey, like these projects that supposed to be getting done for like our roads, our airports, our bridges, our everything, our infrastructure, we allow them to fuck off. All these decades of our money, where they're pocketing it and sending it to other countries instead of us actually focusing on getting ourselves, growing bigger and better. We sitting back and just twiddling our thumbs and pretending that we're in a high place. Like, bro, I mean,
and what does that have to do with the fact, like I said, that the countries that are thriving now, that are doing better than us, like you're saying, are doing it using these tactics, the same tactics that America did, that everyone's saying America did, and England did, and actually every single developing and thriving nation has ever done over the coast of time, including Dubai, who you should really look into some of the peoples that they've kicked around to get that nation started.
Well, no, I'm not.
I mean, matter of fact, tell me a single nation in the world that does not have bloodstains.
I don't think there is one, and I'm not trying to pretend. I'm not trying to pretend that there is. But my thing is that we're out of all of those countries.
But when you're talking, you guys keep talking. Here's my point.
I heard yours. Listen to mine.
Because you haven't.
I have. Because what I believe that
if you had heard what I was saying, you would not be on this tangent.
You asked me a question that I'm trying to answer. There was a question.
Go ahead, Pat.
And my whole point is that if we, since we have the powers we do, since we're not in, until we allow that totalitarian government to exist here, like if we took more effort, because we had just as much money, we had the highest GDP even without producing anything. We were still had the most money. But we don't have any proof of it, other than just the accounting portion. So if we actually made them fix things, build and grow, we actually did our part, or made them do their part, we could be where everybody else is.
We're spending it on the military and fucking sending it to Ukraine and shit.
But these people got big military too. Like they have
not like ours.
Bro, no.
Yeah, China and Russia do have one like ours.
Better than ours, potentially better than ours. Because for number one,
my question is, why are we not calling out the other countries for the shit that they do just like you constantly call out America.
I call them out.
You
they
use
are
that
what they
as an
are.
excuse
No,
and not
because
saying
they
that it's
are.
still in the wrong.
They're
They are what
totalitarian, just like
yes,
us.
they are what they are.
No,
That
totalitarian, but
but at
different
this
from us.
but no, yeah, it's different from us at this point. But we're heading right there because
No,
we
we're
want to give up all of our
authoritarian, not
rights.
totalitarian.
I'd have to
Well,
argue
that's
with that.
damn near the same for me. But
No.
yeah, when somebody can tell you what to do and you do it, they pretty much got you.
Look at COVID.
Exactly.
That was totalitarian.
That's one of the other reasons why I lean.
No, that was
conservative, because
authoritarianism.
most of that stuff is happening on the left. That's another reason why I say like certain things I just tend to lean more to the right because of that. But either way, the part that I think you missed from, because we have in my opinion, from what I've been hearing, we believe the same thing. It's just that you think that I'm just harping. I am harping on America because I expect more, because we are the greater country. We are the greater people, and if we stood together, we should have a greater country. But that's where I feel that we're falling short. Is that our expectations is to get screwed by our government.
Let me read a couple of tweet replies under here. They're kind of interesting. One, it says, the involvement of the U.S. appears to be dubious, and it seems that the ultimate victor of China-Russia conflict will be China. Another comment, it said, you may yelling the capo. I don't know what that means. Another one, it says, okay, but we can continue to support the other side. Another comment, money talks. Another one, it says, is this a threat? Another one says, oh, please, someone tell her something. Another one, it says, hi, Joker, madam, China now. U.S. should really just mind its own business. It says, send them a strongly world leader that should do it.
See, I understand the U.S. trying to, because like with Taiwan and different things, they're trying to position themselves to still have a competitive edge. Ukraine, I don't understand the Ukraine thing, because they don't offer us anything other than fucking wheat.
Oh my God. You do not realize they're like one of the third or fourth richest resource countries in the world.
Ukraine?
Yes, even more so with they've got several of the minerals and stuff that are needed for the whole green energy technology coming. They've got some of the richest pre-refined uranium deposits in the world. I mean, timber, gas, natural gas, petroleum. I mean, they are a resource-rich country.
We don't have that here. So okay, so I'm just trying to understand. So because of, because I mean, we might as well be trying to take over Africa too, then, because that's really where all of the shit is. Most of this, but
see, you're sitting here arguing from we want, but you realize who's doing the colonizing right now? Russia.
No,
they're colonized. They're after. I've been saying all the time. That's what they've been after, is these resources.
No.
And you guys are still to this day. What resources?
If you want to say who the colonizer is, it's more so the Chinese.
Their iron is some of the best in the world.
I've never heard that. That's the newest thing on the block to me.
They were the fifth largest exporter of iron ore in 2019.
But that doesn't mean that they have the most in the world. It just means that's who they're allowing to extract.
I didn't say they had the most. I said they were one of the fifth, like the fourth or fifth highest resource. Like Venezuela is like the second highest resource-rich country in the world.
No shit.
Yeah, no wonder they're.
That's why this fighting is going on over the. You're saying, why is it happening? This is why it's happening.
No,
This is why it's happening. This and the reunification thing. But
I think
it's
this my
about
point.
resources.
It's about resources. I agree
It,
with
it's
Doc
all
on that.
it's always about resources, but at the same time, okay, why? All right, all of a sudden, everybody else in the world is selling crude oil, but we can't have our own. We got to go buy other crude oil and put our, putting our country in a hole because that's our that's the whole thing our dollar stands for.
Because
Like
right now it
it
takes
is
too
it is
much
called,
carbon. It takes
bro,
too much
but
carbon to mine it,
but
and that makes us bad
no.
people.
No, see, but that's the thing. You drink the Kool-Aid of the left on that because this whole
Oh,
climate stuff
please
is
detect
No,
the sarcasm in
yeah,
that properly, sir.
yeah. I was about to
no.
say Doc is being sarcastic when he says that.
Oh well, all right. Well, my bad because
I'm
at the
sorry.
because no. You good? You
That's just like
right?
when you answered my question earlier. Finally, the one that I had asked about why this and not that. You answered it very clearly. Finally, you hold America to a higher standard. That's why you harp on them a little more. That
And
was the
that's
question. That was actually the answer I was trying to get from you.
and that's
We
what
hold ourselves to a higher standard.
and you
yeah.
be bashing on me all the time, Doc, and that's the reason why I say the stuff that I say. I love America. I'm American. I mean, I don't want to go nowhere else. This is my people been here forever. It's forever. I'm not going anywhere. And I feel
Shit,
like
my
the United
ancestors have been kicked out of every respectable country in the world. I really don't have anywhere left to go.
I'm here, and I hold the United States at a higher standard. We should be doing better. We should be leaders in the world for a lot of things.
Up until say,
And,
bro,
and
up until the pandemic, up until like a year and a half,
There
about two
you
years
go.
ago, we were degraded. Like even with all of our failures, we were still the greatest country. Well,
so whenever I'm bashing on the
well,
United
We were a
States,
financially,
contender.
whenever I'm
huh?
bashing on the United States, it's coming from a good place. It's not that I'm saying the United States is the worst.
I
I'm
could say,
saying we
yeah.
have a room for improvement. We should do better. This is not okay.
And
Stuff that
listen,
we're doing.
I could say it even different. Before Biden got in office, our country was okay.
I don't
You
agree
know,
with that.
now
I don't
even
agree
though
with
we
that.
still we had other yes, no, say bro, our finances and our relationships with other countries was nowhere near what it is. Like bro, like people still have respect for America. Like now, people like they gotta reclaim laws about burning flags and stuff because that probably will happen a lot more
I
in
don't
the
agree with that because it's always good cop, bad cop. Let me read some of
No.
this.
Everything, but see, everything is not that. That's an easy way to explain it away. But they're like, say, because that's just like us, me and you, us being here and us having these arguments. I'm just good cop, bad cop. No, we actually want to see differences, and we can't just say that about every subject. That oh, good cop, bad cop. Yeah, I mean, in a lot of cases, that is happening down there. But at the same time, there's people just like you and I that's down there like, what the fuck?
The the
What can I
the,
Dude,
do
the
that's the same.
to
American.
make a
That's the
better?
same thing as saying left, right.
I'm
It's encapsulating it into an easy to shelve little bubble, so you don't really have to talk about it.
well. It's to explain it in simple terms where people can understand because two birds are the same
But
wing. The two
but
wings
but
are the same bird, and the results still are the same. The people get fucked, whether it's the Republicans or the Democrats, whether it's Trump or Biden.
but no, but
I don't
listen, but
see much difference.
see, well,
That's
no,
why I couldn't vote for one of
but
them.
I hear you. I hear what you're saying, but there is a difference, and if we have to, because the whole thing is we have a republic that we keep saying our democracy is failing. No, our republic is failing because of way too much democracy. Because like okay, we need these things to try to somewhat make it fair, but we're we're allowing certain things to override the like there's just certain law like if we understood our laws instead of getting emotional about what we think it is and knew what it was, we wouldn't be having to have certain fights, you know, over civil rights. I mean, bro, it's a lot of things that just doesn't make sense to me because, at least I feel I understand this thing a whole lot more than maybe the average person. And I'm like, okay, what's the point of this? Okay, why do we need that? Why are you making such a big deal about that? You already had that freedom. Like you're saying somebody, like, okay, if anything, we just need to make them, like what was the way you used it earlier, Chaka? Then enforcing it. Like we're not enforcing the laws that's already there.
The laws are on the books. They just need to be enforced. And that's where I say we're in arrested development. And that's why I say good cop, bad cop, is because neither side is enforcing these laws that are on
But
the
that's
books.
but the problem is not one side or the other. That it's the people that has to enforce it on both parties.
We got to hold
Like
them accountable.
we need to stop looking at each other or ourselves as a party. We're the freaking government. They
Yes.
are our representatives.
Yes.
They're the ones that's doing what we say do.
Like I was saying last night, we need to find our common ground.
Right.
Because once we find the common ground, then we all have a place where we can turn and look at and go, we don't like you. Go.
But then the media divides us, and then, like I say, the policies over personalities.
They keep us highlighted on the big three: the economy, abortion, and gun control.
But that's the thing. When we allow them to just create legislation on things or make these amendments to existing laws, and we don't really know the effects. Every year they have a list of a budget on what they plan to do, and in most cases is to take power over us. And nobody's really fighting it. And then when we have Ron Paul saying, hey, you got a 3,000 4,000 page budget thing that you want me to pass today, and you were supposed to turn it in September, and here it is November, December.
Yeah, it's a freaking ripoff.
24 hours before the vote. Yeah.
It's a ripoff, and then they're confusing the shit out of everybody, and it leaves the government in this arrested development where they can't get anything accomplished.
But see, not to say that we shouldn't be protesting about the things that we do protest about, but it's definitely things like that we need to protest about, because if they we don't have a problem with it if we don't make a stink about that.
And the people not paying attention. And it's not, the media doesn't cover those stories properly and put them in context so people can understand. That's something that needs to be fixed. Give them time to go over it.
Because see, for me, I feel like that's a bigger problem, or just as big a problem as
because that's related to the money and the politics, though, and the lobbyists and the corporations writing the legislation, and they just slide in this and slide that in, and they get what they want regardless of what bill is proposed, because they make all these changes to it before it ever gets up there for a vote. And then when you got this guy saying, I'm not voting for it because it has this thing that the corporations to slide in it, and then the media makes them look like they're the bad guy and they're holding up progress.
Yeah, and then we're the ones that and then we add on to it and saying, "Oh, look at this fuddy duddy, this creep over here, talking about some crap that don't even matter." And it so much matters more than this bullshit that we get upset about day to day. We're talking about guns, and we're talking about something that's actually going to change the life for you, your children, and your grandchildren.
And those lines in the code, or those lines in the legislation, make all the difference, because like with the Obamacare, that's the reason why it didn't work. It's because of those lines that were in there to benefit the corporations and to make sure that it didn't work, to make sure that it caused problems and actually made the healthcare system worse.
Well, see,
and make the insurance companies more money.
See, and that's the thing, because I mean, with the people that's in there, because I watched something the other day that something that Ted Cruz had a bill that he wanted to add that was I don't know, just a few pages, something that they all voted for a couple of like a last year or something like that. They're trying to find reasons, ways to resolve like pretty much giving schools the opportunity to use their budget to get more protection for the schools. So this is something that's supposed to help immediately, and we can talk about all this other stuff later, blah blah blah. But instead of doing that, they'd rather fight him and say, "Oh, you just got this 5-page thing." Look, as me being a businessman, I know that the smaller the contract, the better it is.
Most likely.
Because if you got a 30-page contract compared to a 2 or 3-page contract,
they're trying
like,
to fuck you. And it's just
yes.
like those user agreements that we have whenever we whatever, download an app or stuff with your phone or whatever the hell, and then the damn user agreement is like 20 pages long. They know no one's gonna read that shit. We're just gonna hit accept, and when we hit accept, then we just got ran up in.
Yeah, that is so true. So it's to me like, and I know a lot of people get it's a trigger for them just to hear certain politicians' names, but I mean, it is what it is. I mean, this is not me just taking a side, but I did agree with Ted with Cruz on this because it's like, why do we need all of this drawn out stuff? This right here just allows the schools to be able to make the decision with their budgeting, with the budget that we already gave them, to be able to use it towards, having armed security or police force or whatever that they want to have on campus. And it don't even have to like deal with the kids, because like people making new arguments, or what that can affect how like they're gonna be bullying kids now. No, like it's not like what.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm not with that shit with the more cops on the campus and arming the teachers. I'm not with all that.
Yeah, because I mean, but you know what that says when you saying stuff like that is, I don't want my children to be protected. Even
rather than protect them, he'd rather not, everyone not have guns at all.
Well,
that goes back to that argument.
I saw a bunch of cases where the cops overstepped their bounds and treating these kids like criminals within the schoolhouse.
Bro, I got the guy in charge of Ailey fired because of the way he was treating.
That's not a common thing.
Do not need to be on campus treating these kids like fucking criminals. No.
Listen. Because see, but that's the
point. See, that's the society that we live in, bro.
That's police department oversight.
We live in a society where you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. They try to bring up solutions, and then you got people that sit up and say, well, no, we don't need police in school because they're gonna do this and do that. But then when the children get shot up, who the fuck they want to run to the scene? Oh, well, why wasn't the police there a lot faster? Well, maybe if we had so many substations for the police within the county or within
it was cops in that Uvalde building, and they didn't do shit.
They were not in that building. They were not in that building. They had to come there.
The Uvalde situation is example of everything gone wrong with the security and all of that. That is, everything was exactly how it was not supposed to be played, which is why it needs to be done right.
Why don't you use the example of the most recent one where the cops ran right to the problem? Like, why are we not talking about stuff like that? Because that's more common than the one in Uvalde. Like that's the problem I have with y'all leftists, is that y'all want to use the most worst case on every case.
Man, I'm not trying to make this a religious thing, but I thank God I'm not God. Cause bro, because you're damned if you do, damned if you don't with people, bro. It's like they want resolutions, they want solutions, but then every fucking idea you bring to the table, oh no, that's not gonna work. Oh no, we're gonna have this, and it's like, come on, dude. Like if you have cop pressure, if you have cops presence at a school, just like you see a home that have a police car outside that house is less likely for a motherfucker to just run up in there. if they
Say,
know that this house, if they know that the homeowners and this home have guns, and everybody in that motherfucker know how to aim and shoot and will knock you on your fucking ass, put lead in your ass, it's a lot less likely for a motherfucker to even think about running up in there.
Yeah,
But
I
if they
think
know that
dogs.
you're, but if
because
they
they're gonna
know
go
that
to
you're very
they're gonna go to the
passive
most
and that
vulnerable
you're gonna,
person.
I
they
think the
know that you're
dogs
gonna
work
be,
better.
if
What?
they know that you're this passive
Your
person, and you're gonna
dog
be
ain't
like,
gonna be able to
"Come,"
carry no gun.
and they
Shit, you
know
got
that you're gonna be like, come on, bud, what do you want? Just don't
They
hurt
gonna
me.
shoot the shit
I'll
out your
give you what.
dog,
if it's 3 dogs in that house, they don't know where they coming from. They got good
bro. It
luck.
does. They won't know where you coming from. Say, bro, it's no different. They got a dog that come in there and bite that might come and bite you, but guess what? He gonna get shot the shit out of too.
Yeah, I think that they're gonna think twice about.
They
My
not.
mom,
They
my
not.
mom and them got security dogs, and they live in the hood, and ain't nobody ever, the whole neighborhood knows they got
But
them
bro,
killer dogs out there. They is not finna jump that fence and try to do
see,
nothing
that's
up in
because.
that yard.
But you know
But they
why?
also know
Because
that Barry got
Okay,
guns
so
too, though,
they have a
dog.
weapon
Don't
to
he?
protect themselves.
They also know those dogs
The
are the
weapon
first
just
line of
happens to be
defense.
dogs.
When those
but
dogs
no,
start barking, they on alert. They already up. He probably done
say,
flipped on the
bro,
camera screen, watching the
his
camera, see if they coming from the back, the side, the
his
front,
stepdad has his
and
stepdad's
he
got
got plenty
guns
of
too.
guns. He's got
He
plenty of
has
guns.
guns.
I've
I know he
Okay
seen.
got
then.
guns.
So don't blame it on the
Yeah,
dogs why people don't
and I
come
get
over there. People
and I
know
gang
he bought that mess.
Well,
and
he ain't never had to pull out the guns.
yes,
Exactly.
he has.
Because
He told me he's had to pull out his
but
gun
no,
on motherfuckers walking up along in
he's
front of the
killing
street
but no,
like they're
Chaka
scoping
killing
out
his
his
own
house.
argument. Chaka killing his own argument because well he has guns but nobody ever comes and messes with him. You think it's just
Because
because
they
of the
know.
dogs?
They know in that neighborhood. They know that little dude is crazy and he's
That's the
willing to
first line.
fight to the death. He's willing to fight to the death
The
for
dog
any and
the
everything that's on
dogs
his property.
listen, the dogs are just the first line. They're gonna be the ones that's gonna go out there and they're gonna take it for the team. They don't know the guns is about to get because as soon as they hear the guns, they're gonna haul ass too. You know what I'm saying? So that gives you time to go get your guns because your dogs is barking and acting. That's just the first line of defense, bro. And any strategic fight is gonna have layers of defense. So when you don't, you're not utilizing your God-given brain, your thought process, like being able to think for yourself, like bro, like don't be the weak one and you gone and you dead. You can't fight for what you believe in no more because you know what I'm saying, you standing on a hill that you can't win. You're putting yourself in a minority position with that whole stance. Like, bro, I I'm done with
Man,
that.
we just need to get Chaka some damn crossbows
I'm
with
I'm
badass
standing
recoils on them.
I'm standing by the fact that the dogs are actually in as that manner are actually weapons used in defense of the house.
They are, but it's
And
still just
I'm
one
okay
layer.
with that.
That's just
Then
one
why are
layer.
you not okay with other weapons?
Chaka don't even have a dog.
Because I don't like the guns. Let me
No,
read some of
I
this.
said you don't. I said you don't even have a dog.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, so you don't have no defense.
He
I
doesn't
don't
like
want,
vicious dogs either.
not in my house. I don't like
Chaka
dogs in my house.
Chaka likes
Period.
no offense, Doc. Chaka likes cats.
I do.
Well,
I like cats.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I'm
No
a cat
offense.
guy.
I said
Sorry,
no
sorry.
offense. Don't take offense.
That's how you get me over on Chaka's side on that subject. You've seen my cat. He likes to be on camera.
Hey,
I
man,
love
I,
cats.
no,
I can
listen.
I can tell you now.
I
Somebody
love
run
cat.
up in your house with cat. Somebody run up in your house and you got a cat. More than likely, that cat gonna sit there and be like, "What the fuck you doing in here, nigga? You got something to eat too?" Shit.
Yeah.
Now, actually, he'll start hissing and stuff, and that will wake me up out of a dead sleep because he doesn't do that unless something's wrong.
Yeah.
People have
I
come
like-
into the house before, like a maintenance guy when I was asleep, and the cat's all, and I'm like, whoa, what the fuck?
I feel sorry for the families of people who, because like I'm like you to a extent. I wish we didn't need guns. Like I'd rather not to have to, even think about needing to protect myself in that way. But
Well, remember, we're not
because
arguing
the
that we
enemy,
need
be-
them.
because
It
the
is just sensible to have them.
yes, it makes more sense to have them when other people have them. Like when the Indians had bows and arrows and they trying to shoot people from 20, 30 feet away, yeah, they could do it. But when somebody come through with a gun, pow, pow, and like you ain't even got it, like the fight is less. Like
Just think about not having a gun is just like you in the bar and chick wants you to take her home and you don't have a Viagra pill.
okay.
See, that
Is-
supports
is-
my
is that
argument because
is-
I don't
is
need
that
no
needed?
Viagra.
I'm
I'll
gonna
just
say,
Yeah,
I would say more like you didn't have a car, or you were living on somebody's couch.
Yeah, that would be a problem.
yeah. Look, it ain't got to that point for me.
They just
Let me-
don't have to excuse me. Look here, I ain't got no place to stay, but I pay $200 a month for this sofa. Let me go and knock her out real quick.
Let me quickly go through this article. This is the one about the Janet Yellen that we just played, and this is from their point of view. It says Yellen says U.S. seeks healthy competition with China, eyes Beijing trip. It says Washington, April 20, Reuters. The U.S. seeks constructive and fair economic ties with China, but will protect its national security interests and push back against Chinese actions to dominate foreign competitors. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said on Thursday, speaking at Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies, Yellen laid out the Biden administration's principal objectives for what she called an essential economic relationship between the world's two largest economies, as China strikes a more confrontational posture toward the United States and its allies. I would say that's the opposite. Is it really China striking up a confrontational posture towards the United States, or is it the United States striking up a confrontational posture with China? Let me read some more. It says, our relationship is clearly at a tense moment, Yellen said. My goal is to be clear and honest, to cut through the noise and speak to the essential relationship based on sober realities. She said she intended to travel to Beijing at the appropriate time to meet with her new Chinese counterparts to help reasonably manage the relationship, but Treasury offered no details on timing of the trip. Hold on. Yellen made her remarks amid heightened tensions and pessimism in the United States-China relationship over national security issues, including Taiwan, Russia's war in Ukraine, growing U.S. export bans, and advanced technologies and China's state-led industrial policy. International Monetary Fund Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva warned last week that such tensions and supply chain friendshoring could spill into a new Cold War that would stunt global growth. Yellen constructed strong U.S. growth with China's slowing GDP output, arguing that the U.S. will remain the world's unparalleled economic leader in metrics from wealth to technological innovation. But she said a growing China was the interest of both countries as long as it followed global rules. See, I don't think that's true at all. It says contrasting U.S. growth with China's slowing GDP output, arguing the U.S. will remain the world's unparalleled economic leader in metrics from wealth to technology innovation. That is all the way not true.
Listen, look. I'm gonna tell you the biggest problem here, and Doc, I love America. Just to give you a disclaimer, but when we were making all these deals with China 40, 50 years ago, 80 years ago, like when Japan, they had they rather China have the power over Japan because Japan was darker people than China at the time. But anyhow, they didn't we didn't prepare for this moment. Like we always thought that we would have this upper hand on China because of the position they were in before, and allowed them to be our producers.
And China did prepare for this moment. They was ready.
Well, they didn't really have to, because if we would have continued doing our own producing, or at least producing a lot of our own stuff where we weren't completely dependent on other countries to do that, like we would have more equal power. Well, if it's things that they needed, and we actually had like back and forth trade that was balanced, we wouldn't be in the situation we're in. But we pretty much gave away all of our power. We got to pay you for us to have stuff. So that's not equal and balanced, and that's how China can take advantage. Like they really could have done worse than what they've done to us, because of the positioning that they're in, and we allowed it. And this is like we were because of what they were trying to do to the people here is why the government itself is losing, because they manipulated another group of people to be able to use slavery, or what it's called spade a spade, these sweatshops and all this and that, to be able to exist in that part of the world, but it couldn't here. Okay, well, since y'all don't want to get used like that here, we're gonna take our stuff over here, but we're gonna still sell it to you, the stuff that is being made, what I'm saying? So when we really look at the whole picture of how everything played out, we just didn't prepare for times like this.
Well,
Let me read this line.
Another thing, we also just raised a generation of people that can't do those jobs.
Ooh.
We don't have people that can do jobs like that. No, we don't. They don't have the basic skills needed to do basic factory jobs,
because our education system is ass. Yeah,
that's because we don't teach it.
Because we stopped teaching them. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I said.
So it's not that it's can't, because that's the point. Like they could learn it. It's just that we didn't do it. It's not that they can't. Like that's my whole thing.
They're not because they haven't been trained with workable skills.
Yeah,
and they're going to colleges, and I don't know if you've actually seen some of those degrees, but some of those degrees are exactly why a lot of people are in. They got nothing to do, because you got this degree that doesn't really apply to anything except politics and social media.
Well, school was a scam too.
Yeah, so that's your point. I mean, y'all both making the same point, really. Let me read this line right here. It says, she took aim at China's no-limit partnership with Russia, calling it a worrisome indication that it's not serious about ending Russia's war against Ukraine. So that line doesn't make any sense, because isn't China a part of the BRICS? And she says
China is the BRICS.
And it says indication that it's not serious about ending Russia's war against Ukraine. Is the United States serious about ending Russia's war against Ukraine?
No, and there's a reason why. Because I mean, like the political stronghold that they want to have, they are losing because of not having the correct or good positioning, or at least being fair enough in their practices that allows other countries to want to continue doing business with them. Like
you're confusing everyone wanting Ukraine to surrender, which is what you want, as opposed to them wanting Russia to stop the illegal invasion.
But
that's the two. That's what they're
calling
simply defined. That is as simply defined as the two sides as I can get them to be.
Bro, the only reason why you believe it was illegal invasion is because you don't know the facts and you just listen to what the
Actually, guy, I went through a lot of the facts and kept getting yelled down for them. You guys don't even know about the resources. You don't know about the history. I knew about that. And
I don't even think
all
those
you guys
details.
just talked about is Nazis.
I don't
which
think
were
those
there
details
because
even,
of their first invasion of them.
I don't
But
think those
that's
details even matter. Why the hell do we care anyways? If Russia is annexing Ukraine, what the hell does that have to do with us? That's bullshit. Let me read this line right here. It says, it's essential that this is another line from
none of it matters anywhere except America. Get off of harping about America being involved or other countries.
We don't need to be involved in none of that shit. Let them work.
Watch how quick we become a third world
out.
country if we practice isolationism.
It's not isolationism.
America first. We don't have no benefits from that. Like, let them work out their problems over there. They don't have nothing to do with us.
How much of this do you really look at other than reading the media topics? Like going in and finding out. Well, never mind.
Let me read this line right here. It says, it is essential that China and other countries do not provide Russia with material support or assistance with sanctions evasion. She said, warning that the consequences of any violations will be severe. What the hell she mean by that? You know? And they're just mad that Russia is finding ways around their sanctions, you know, and
really
it's just driving those countries closer together. And you can't expect, so you're not going to expect China and Russia to work together. They've already made alliance. The BRICS alliance was before this Ukraine war.
But listen, and then the thing I think that Doc is missing is that if the United States did not have the involvement in Ukraine to push, like they would have made some kind of agreement that would have been suiting for both of them a long time ago, instead of being greedy and trying to have everything for themselves.
Dude, I was all for that back when Trump had fucking Russia backed off in the first place. I'm all about that.
But that's what I'm saying. But
I am not going to back off this. I'm not backing off of this being a bullshit fucking move by Russia. I will not back off with that.
But still, okay, we could call it's a bullshit move by Russia. But if it wasn't for United States involvement, this thing would have came to an end already, years ago already.
It never would have happened, first of all. And
yes,
our potato in chief is the one who openly did the blurb in front of the world and invited them into NATO. That was the straw that broke this. As soon as he said that, he could not. He denied it the next day. They pulled. He didn't mean it that way, and blah blah blah. But it was right after that they said, "No, fuck this. We're in now."
So you
remember
and then a little better than I thought you might, because all these different steps of things that has happened led to it going the way it was. Because
I have been involved in this conflict since 1993.
And wait.
Well, that's fine. I know people in all of those countries there.
And let me throw this,
and are on both sides of this.
And let me throw this in there.
Out of this of not knowing anything.
Let me throw this in there. And also, Biden's son was over there before all of this shit popped off. So, like, you know, maybe it wouldn't even, none of this would have ever even happened.
He was resecuring those business deals that got cut off when they had to go underground during all that investigation and stuff going on. When they used the office to pressure that investigation to stop. They had to bury all their business deals. So as soon as all that was cleared, and the big guy, whoever that might be, is now in a position to not be prosecuted for things that happened in office, he had to go and reestablish those ties.
NATO expanding in there.
I'm glad you're starting to catch that more than be offended by it more.
Well, no, I wasn't offended. I wasn't offended by it, but it just went by so fast. So last time I just didn't catch it.
Yeah, sometimes you don't catch it.
NATO went in there, did what they were doing, And then you had Biden over there doing business deals and all of this janky ass stuff.
But that y'all
And
don't believe
then
that that's more reason why they're so concentrated on it? Is it because of their money that's invested over there?
well, they got personal. That's what it's all
Hey.
about. They got personal interest in this
Hey,
situation. They
like
got
I
personal
said-
interest in the war happening. They're steadily making loot. Everybody's making loot. Zelensky's making loot. BlackRock's making loot.
At the expense,
Halliburton.
but listen,
BlackRock
at
already
the
has the
expense of the
contracts for
American
rebuilding.
people. The reason why I got the biggest problem because it's at the expense of the American people.
Yeah.
Because whatever it is, like now they're using our money. Whether they maybe they started with our money then. They probably invested our money to start their own personal businesses over there.
All subsidized by the American taxpayer.
Via government contracts, but that's still our tax dollars. And we should be more upset about it than we are. Most people just comply because they think that it's just like, I mean, yeah, like there's levels to it, but at the same time, we know a lot of these things wouldn't be happening if it wasn't for us manipulating our side. Like this is our war. Like
And we
we're
gotta
actually,
face that reality.
And we got the government leaks too. I mean, geez, I'm actually beginning to think that the only secured document in the entire government is the freaking Epstein client list.
Because ain't nobody seen that.
Well, I don't know. Some people have because it's
Well,
on
none
the
of
dark
us,
web.
none of us, the American people, we haven't
Well,
seen it.
the dark people who ain't afraid enough to go on the dark web. 'Cause there's some people that have spoken about it. They actually seen it, so they know the people that's on the list.
Yeah, well, they've got flight logs, so only people that they've got lists of everyone that flew there, not the people who never. They haven't broken things down like who never went back once they went there.
But y'all got to think too. Some of these people who just end up turning up missing, dead, or they got sick and they gone now. Like y'all might want to maybe kind of look at that as being another like a getting suicided. You know what I'm saying? Some of these people who might talk, they got deleted or however you
they got Hillaried, man.
Got Hillaried.
Yeah, all of that. Yeah,
Let me read some more of this. It says healthy competition. It says Yellen's remarks were the most comprehensive articulation of Biden's administration China strategy to date, marking a shift from a sense of fatalism and great power competition that has permeated the relationship, said Scott Kennedy, a China expert at the Center of Strategic and International Studies in Washington. There is no call to return the previous policies of unconditional engagement, Kennedy said. It was quite tough and unapologetic about U.S. efforts to defend national security and human rights. Yellen said the administration sought to foster healthy competition and cooperation where possible on global issues such as climate change, debt relief, and macroeconomic stability, though she labeled China as a roadblock to debt restructuring for poor countries. Let me read some more. Washington will clearly communicate its concerns about China's increased support for state-owned enterprises and domestic firms to dominate foreign competitors, as well as aggressive efforts to acquire American technology, including through intellectual property theft, Yellen said. Really? It sounds like what the U.S. was doing. And it says, but she underscored that Washington's actions against China were motivated solely by national security concerns, not gaining a competitive economic advantage. Bullshit. Let me read some more. It says, at the same time, she said the Biden administration was not seeking a winner-take-all competition and believed that healthy economic competition with a fair set of rules could benefit both countries over time. Sports teams perform at higher level when they consistently face type rivals. Firms produce better and cheaper goods when they compete for consumer goods. That's all bullshit.
It is. But look, I want people to also realize too, China has been playing three sides of the fence. Cause like he, just a couple of years ago, they was heavily with the U.S. Now, like they're heavily with okay the BRICS nations or whatever, but they've been
Well,
playing.
they
They've been
had that
playing.
flood a while back too that wiped out a huge chunk of their population. I mean, a really bad one. The one of their big rivers flooded, and a lot of people starved because it was in their grain basket.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. China has been doing what they said they were going to do as far as the uh, decline of population, or to like, and that's one of the biggest pushes. Like they were upset here because the push didn't happen as strong as they assumed it would, because they thought there was more sheeple here than what really exists. There were people that resisted a lot of the what was going on. They didn't expect that, but China, they're doing what they said they were going to do, and the whole point was for the powers to move back to the east anyway. So I mean, it was going to go to China one way or another, or since they were in position to be the number one, but either way, I think that we got to really look at how how we really looking at this whole thing is going to determine what's right and what's wrong. Because if you believe that America has the right to um, knock off a president, or let's say get rid of a certain leader in that area so that he can have more say so of what happens there, and make a conflict with Russia, because that's really what's been happening. They've been making a conflict with Russia via Ukraine. So now, like when they had solutions that would fix it, they denied it because they didn't want that. That was like, you know, it benefited Russia, or it would have benefited both Russia and Ukraine, but it wouldn't have benefited America if it didn't go down this way, because it's got to be all or nothing for us to win that fight. Like Russia can't, Putin or anybody like Putin can't be there running the show for it to go the way that they wanted to. So that's where the main problem is. They're not going to find solutions, because the only way, like for them, the only way is to win it all. Like they got to be in complete control.
Let me read this right here. It says, Nicaraguan President Daniel Ortega, World War III is already underway. This is World War III. Why? Because it is the United States and Europe using Ukraine to seek how to disappear Russia. The same thing happened in World War II, and the first troops that entered the bunker then in Germany were the troops of the Soviet Union. They were the first to enter. In other words, the victory, the great defeat, and the victory of the people rested on the Russian people, on the Red Army, on the Soviet people. And now we are seeing the same story. The Russian Federation is fighting a battle for peace. It's not against a nation, it's against the fascists, the Nazis who staged a coup d'etat there in Ukraine and settled there. It's Hitler's children who are ruling there. Meanwhile, NATO harassing Russia with more weapons, more bases, and the United States is leading the orchestra of international terrorists. That was the words of the Nicaraguan President Daniel Ortega.
And I believe that. I mean, for whatever reason, that's a narrative that I actually believe is highly possible over all these other things, because they have a pretty much a issue with certain groups, like who can't be talked about, and the people, everybody, because I mean, you just got to think about who's running the show when you can't say anything about them, just like the Jays and the multiple lettered groups, the more than the three, not the CIA and all, but they I guess they would be included to some extent, but those groups that can't be talked about are the ones who really running things worldwide, no matter how because they're the minority, but they still running shit. It's, I mean, hey, that's just putting one and one together.
Somebody posted underneath. I can't make this bigger. I'm trying to see it, but I can't make it bigger. Somebody posted a montage of headlines, and it says Western media before February 2022. And I can't read which outlets these headlines are from, but I'm gonna read the headlines. It says Ukraine celebrates Nazi collaborator, bans book critical of program leader. Far-right fighters from Europe fight for Ukraine. Ukraine designates national holiday to commemorate Nazi collaborator. Britons join neo-Nazi militia in Ukraine. Ukraine got a real problem with far-right violence, and NORT didn't write the headline. Nazi symbols salute on display at Ukraine Nationalist March. Kyiv far-right groups refuse to disarm. Neo-Nazi and the far-right are on the march in Ukraine. FBI neo-Nazi militia trained by U.S. military in Ukraine now training U.S. white supremacists. How the far-right took top posts in Ukraine's power vacuum. Hundreds march in Ukraine in annual tribute to Nazi collaborator. Violent anti-Semitism in gripping Ukraine, and the government is standing by. Yes, it's still okay to call Ukraine C-14 neo-Nazi. Ukrainian neo-Nazi C-14 vigilantes drive out Roma families, burn their camp. How the far-right took the post in Ukraine's power vacuum. Ukraine's far-right menace. Ukraine underplays role of far-right in conflict. Ukrainian conflict, child soldiers join the fight. Far-right extremists in Ukrainian military bragged about Canadian training. Report says Ukraine underplays role of far-right in conflict. With axes and hammers, far-right vigilantes destroy another Romani camp in Kyiv. Who was Stefan Bandera? Basically, those are all the same. And then it says Western media after February 22, Slava Ukraine. It's showing how the media flipped.
Is the far right the same in Europe as it is here in the United States?
I would say no, but they they like to label everything, so that's how they do that.
No,
Because I think a lot of because I think both sides kind of play that role sometimes, but I would say it's more like the leftists that's more extreme than what we call our right. So their right would be more extreme to them than what I see more so on here.
most of what our far right is that I see, that actually the stupid rednecks that go out and hurt people, they're more like vanilla ISIS than they are anything really, really scary. They're just dumb and need to be stopped. These guys, the ones in Ukraine, well, I can't tell you how truly bad the problem is because it's mostly headline driven on both sides and has always been. But they really weren't a lot of a problem until that first Russian invasion, when the Ukraine regulars got their booties handed to them in slices by the Russian troops. And then these militias came up. That's why they say militias at first. Then these militias all came up, and they actually fought off the Russian forces got them to stop. And that's how they ended up coming to power in there. Because after that, the people were like, "Oh, you saved us," and then they started getting integrated into regular army politics, stuff like that, because they were, a savior in the war. And even a lot of them kept some of their hardest right kind of secret until they got into power. And then it's like, haha, now that I'm here. And they're really, really bad on the Roma, the wandering families. I'm not supposed to call them Jeezys anymore.
Let me ask this. Now, as far as what we've been recognizing as extremist behavior, when do we really start seeing or at least recognizing these extremists? Obama?
Yeah. Let me bring some rebuttals.
Y'all can't hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, okay.
I thought there was more coming.
Well, no, I thought there was going to be an answer to it. Like, when I asked the question, like, when did we start seeing, this extremist behavior?
When the Republicans went
nationally,
after Clinton over the Monica Lewinsky scandal. That's when everything went nasty in our politics. Back when they impeached Clinton for the whole the BJ scandal, which actually they only got him for lying under oath, and he really only lied to a question that was none of our darn business and shouldn't have been asked in the first place.
And I don't think it gets us anywhere when we point fingers and decide on who's fascist, because like Doc was saying in the other show, the definition of fascist is different depending on who you ask.
But no, it's not different. I guess some people gonna have their perspective, but then at the same time, people are purposely ignoring things from their party that would be fascist, and they just don't want to recognize it as that.
On both sides.
Well, but it's our government. Like, it's the tyrannical government, because, like I said, there's a few people in there, regardless of party, that really wants to see the change, growth for the people. But the mass majority of people there are in cahoots with still taking our powers, finding everything that they can do.
Yeah, but it doesn't get us anywhere when you say Obama, because then I'll say Trump.
Well, no, because see, I'm asking about a time period. Because see, you're being emotional about it. I'm using a time period. That's why I said Obama. So when
you're using the 12-year span, that 44 was in office. That's what you're referring to, right?
Who, me?
Yeah.
The 12-year period. What are you talking about?
Or excuse me, the 8-year period that I'm sorry, it was 2012.
Yeah, because they can only be in there for 8 years.
Yeah, well, no, that's what I'm saying. It's 8 years, but I had 2012 because that's when it started.
Yeah.
So you're referring to the 8 years in which 44 was.
2009 is when he went into office. So 2009 to 2016 is the time period. Because I say Obama, but that has we're talking about time, not anything else. We're just talking about what time period. That's the important thing about history, is the timeline that makes the difference, and to maybe give a little more context and understanding to what happened around that situation. But if I need to say, was it the early 2000s, was it 2010, but that was a time period when Obama was in office.
Well, see, the way the statement was read, the way you made it was saying he was the person that you're talking about, and not the time period.
Yeah, well, no, because see, I don't even think it's because I mean, yeah, there was different things that happened because, like, you have a different perspective than even I do. When you said Clinton, because yeah, I know that that thing happened, but I didn't see the transition at that time. I saw it more so after that, but it's still based on the people and their reactions to what has been happening. So it's not to point the finger at Obama, but other than for me to distinct, give distinction of his the time period. That's the only reason why I said Obama.
Well, and then like I said, I could after that I can say Trump, and
Okay,
so
but
that
but
there's
i-
no
but
point.
is that true? But
It
you
doesn't
can
move.
say it, but is that true? Because I'm trying to like I said, Doc. Because see,
He's saying,
Doc.
when
I
did
think
reactionary politics start? When did you start noticing this reactionary politics, this
yeah,
separate divide, I hate you because you're the other side kind of thing?
yeah,
I identified in the Clinton era because if you look at the legislation, the bipartisan legislation before the Clinton era, before that, you'll see a whole lot of bipartisan bills and stuff. After that and beyond, hardly any.
yeah.
Well,
Because I mean,
that's because
because
Clinton
we
was
even
so conservative. He was basically a damn Republican.
No, see, but and see, that's where I think that we get mixed up is because like the things that because you could say he was more conservative, but you don't think that these days you know uh Democrats are just more extreme than before? Because I mean, like when Bush was in
Just
office,
the
like we skipped
squeaky
over the
wheel of
whole.
the Democratic Party is what's got power right now.
Yeah, they changed a lot, and I don't think like people really want to recognize that and thinking that like they're so much for the people, but they're the ones that seem to be wanting to take more liberties away from the people.
And I
That,
disagree with that. That goes with the pointing fingers and choosing sides. And that's not the answer.
well,
That's
and
not it.
but that's your viewpoint because like from everything that I see from my point of view, that's how I see it. Because even though yeah, they're opening doors for LGBT and they're doing it, but they're also trying to make you take something that you don't want. Like they're the ones that's trying to force things down your throat instead of giving you the option to choose.
And,
Like, and that works different ways because when it comes to abortion, you got choice, but when it comes to other things, is no, you got to do it. So
and the Republicans do the same thing. They
no,
do the same
where
thing. They
where
force people to do things that and they're taking people's rights away too.
No, they're
By
not because the thing that I think most people forget because they're banning it and banning books because this is what I'm hearing all the time. They're banning books and this that, and the other. Yeah, in schools. So if you want your kid to have that book, you can go buy it. It's not like you can't. They took it off the
and they're
market.
closing libraries too. I just saw it. I think it's Tennessee where they're closing the libraries too. So, and that's coming from
Come
the
on,
right,
man.
the conservatives. That's coming from the Republican Party, man.
But see, but
You
that's
gotta
the
look at
thing.
the whole
Because
picture.
see, you but
Pick
I
a
know
side.
you exact. This, please look at the whole picture because they're putting things in schools that every person, every adult doesn't want their unless you're trying to say parents don't have the right to decide what their children can have, and if when things get too extreme, like we should be able to have a cutoff point, and if that's something that you teach at home, teach it at home.
And
You
that's
don't make
fine.
you don't
But
make
then they
everybody
take the
have to learn
book
something
and
because you don't
and
because
then
you
they
don't want
take
to
the
do it.
books out of the library. Then they close the library. So then
Well,
you still got
nobody's
more
closed the
limited access to the
nobody has closed the
books.
library. Nobody has
What
Yes,
closed the
bro.
library?
library.
Let me find this right now, bro, because it's happening.
All
I'm
right,
gonna look
because
this up right now.
okay, because if you talking about an example of one or two libraries that has closed because of budget issues, and you're trying to blame it on the fact that Republicans are shutting down libraries, that I'm just gonna call bullshit.
Because you don't want to hear the reality
No,
that they're
no, that's
passing
not
legislation to close
because
libraries, and it's
no,
coming from the right.
they're
They're
closing
doing it.
libraries. They're closing libraries because of the books, or is it because nobody goes there anyway?
Hold
I
on.
mean, like
Boom, I
the
found something
let's
real quick.
let's live in reality, and let's not get emotional about something that somebody trying to
I'm
make you
saying
feel.
that
Somebody trying to make you
you're
feel.
saying that the Democrats are the ones that's taking people's rights away. I'm
Yep.
saying they're happening on both sides. You can't just
No, I've
point
been saying
Biden
that.
and
No,
it's
I
check
agree
this
with you.
out.
Nobody has
I agree
said
with you.
that.
That
I
that is
agree
what he
with
just
you.
said.
No, it's not. I said I see it more. I didn't say that they the only ones did it. I said I see it more because the extremism to me is to make everybody else upset so that they go and do all, like,
You
bro,
said that they're
the
taking the rights away, and
people
you
that's
say that
throwing
it's
the
because
rocks,
you're saying
the
that
people
you
that's
don't want
throwing
the
the no,
parents to have the books in the schools. And I'm saying, okay, that's
no,
fine. So, but then they go on another step because you say the parents could just teach them the books themselves. Well, they can't
yes.
go to the library and do it. Check this video.
A Texas county tonight is threatening to figuratively blow up its entire public library system rather than bring back a bunch
Fuck.
of banned books, like a judge ordered them to do with a librarian who quit after getting harassed, telling our team exclusively about the attacks she faced personally. This is happening in Llano County, Texas, right outside Austin, in a kind of culture war fight over about a dozen books, including kids' books. In the Night Kitchen, I should say, by Maurice Sendak. Larry the Farting Leprechaun. There are books on racism and history, like they called themselves the KKK, the birth of an American terrorist group. A federal judge said it was unconstitutional to ban them and that these books needed to be put back into circulation. So tomorrow, the county's commissioners are holding a special meeting to decide whether to shut down their libraries altogether and fire the librarians. Not everybody in Llano is happy about that. And some of the locals who originally sued the county over the book bans are planning to show up tomorrow at that meeting. Here's what that former librarian tells us about tomorrow's vote.
Cartoon butts and farts are not pornography. LGBTQ issues, race, classism, those are things that these children are going to encounter out in the real world. And why not encounter those in a book?
Aaron Gilchrist is joining us now here in our Washington studio with more. It's good to see you, Aaron. So
Well,
walk us through how we
Farting
got to this
Leprechaun
point where
doesn't
this
sound
county
very
seems to be
inclusive
basically
of
saying,
Irish
well,
people.
if you can't ban the books, get rid of the whole library.
Yeah, it's going to be a packed house on both sides of this issue at that meeting tomorrow night. So this basically started back in December of 2021 when the county decided that they were going to dissolve the library board. They put an advisory group in place of that board and then took about a dozen or so books out of circulation. You had a group of citizens, library card holders, who said, no, we can't stand for this. They filed a federal lawsuit. They said, this is a free speech violation. This is a 14th Amendment due process violation because there was no notice that these books were being taken out of circulation. And they said they were really targeted because of the content in these particular books. The judge just last month issued an injunction that said, yeah, we don't think this is going to hold up against constitutional muster. So put these books back in circulation. They did that for the most part with most of these books at the end of March. Fast forward to the last few days here, and you had somebody at a meeting, a county meeting, who said, you know what? If we can't keep these books off the shelves, just close the libraries altogether.
See ya. Right.
And so that's where we get to the meeting that's coming up tomorrow to see if that happens.
Is it going to pass? What do we think? I mean, do you think they're really going to shut down the library system here because of this fight over banned books?
So one of the in this lawsuit, one of the pieces of evidence that was that they came across in discovery was an email, rather a text message from somebody on the advisory board to another person that said essentially,
Hold on,
the
Pat's trying to say
judge, the
something.
county executive says.
Go ahead.
I said at this point we might as well just ban schools.
It's getting all the way ridiculous. This is my point. It's totally ridiculous.
But see, I think like y'all really like a lot of times I really feel like y'all are attacking something other than what like the point I'm trying to make, because like I don't think every book should be banned, but there are some books out there that I've seen that is just like, no, there's no way this is in somebody's school, regardless of what age, even up to junior high, and sometimes these are in middle schools or elementary schools. Like Like everything is supposed to have a place, and at some point, because of emotion, a lot of people are not willing to give in, and they're deciding that okay, what's constitutional, what's not, what is and what's not.
And I'm saying they're taking these rights away. So okay, don't have it in the school.
Actually, they didn't. Please. You're literally not including the fact, and watched you scroll past the title where they voted to keep the library open. The whole thing was about how it was unconstitutional and it got shot down. That law got shot the flip down. They tried to flip the library. The people said no. That is good. You're using it as a bad thing. Yeah, it's just stupid that it happened, but that is it got handled right. The library is still open.
I'm too loud.
Of course, what's going to happen now is someone's going to go in and they're going to steal those books.
Oh yeah, no, I'm on a podcast.
So the caption says, Llano County, Texas is threatening to shut down the entire library system rather than bring back banned books after a judge ordered them to do so.
But see, and my question, because see, y'all kind of taking what I said out of context, because I'm still trying to get an answer, because the whole thing is, all right, we have people who are throwing rocks and hiding their hand. They're blaming it on the other side, and I'm saying, because I mean, y'all, you should hopefully y'all already know that I look at both sides as pretty, like a lot of times it's the same, and it's to cause the conflict. So, but by me saying that I believe that it's happening more so on the Democratic side, or the left side, or whatever, that bothers you. But that's just my point of view. That's how I see it. If you don't see it that way, that's fine. But at the same time, I feel like they're the ones who, like they use these situations in order to say, hey, look at they're the bad guy, but they're actually involved in the same tactics. Like they know certain things upset certain people, so it's like, okay, you know what? Yeah, this will really get them going, and putting stuff that's like borderline, super borderline. But there's plenty of books that I've seen that was meant for children that I'm like, what the. Are you like, you know what I'm saying? Like, are you serious? Like, this is for a 6-year-old? This is for a 12-year-old? So when you're presenting things like that, that's so extreme, and there's not everybody doesn't, because like most of us have family members that they're gonna see some of these things, but at least they have somebody that can personally guide them through these thoughts
But
help
your
them.
argument was that it's the liberals that's taking people's rights away, and I'm saying that the conservatives are doing it too. And here's
I said they're doing it more often.
Yes, I said they're both doing
sees
it.
it more from that side.
Thank you, Doc. At least somebody's hearing me. Like, bro, like that's and if I'm wrong, maybe I need more stats. But based on what I see, it is coming mostly from the left.
Well, here's a prime example of it coming from the right.
One example for right now, because like everything, like I would like to see more, because most of the stuff is reactionary,
and it was played out well by the public.
Well, yeah, but then that's the thing. Like when you see the Republicans or the right going, trying to take certain way, this is reactionary. This is not because they just out of the blue. Oh, books are fucked up. I don't think our children should. Like, no, bro. Like, it's cause and effect, bro. It still happens. Science, like those are certain things that just not gonna stop. Cause and effect. So somebody's causing something so that others have to react to it and give some,
So, but you were saying that the rights of the parents, they should, if they want to give these books to their kids, they should, as long as it's not in the school. Fair.
You shouldn't.
But then they they're now attacking the libraries, so the parents can't even go to the library and get the books and give them to.
But what
kids.
library? We talking about a school library or the public library?
We're talking about public libraries.
The judge presiding over the lawsuit that they did to keep the books in the library said it's not constitutional. It's not going to get past. It's not even going to get past me. So the town council says, or someone at the town council, it seems to be that it was a person that said it and not the council themselves, said, well, why don't we just close the library if we can't ban the book?
And it's not just
so
Texas.
And it seems to the next video that was up there, I'm just going by the headline of it.
So this is
was
district level. This is
was
district
where
level,
the people did not vote. They voted to keep the library open.
Yes, I saw that. And so,
Okay.
but look, check this out.
And that's the kind of stuff we need to make sure happens more, because stupid people are going to do stupid. That's just the way it is. Conservatives are going to try to use their prudish arrogance to force compliance to what they think is right, and the left is going to use prudish narcissism to try to push us to tell us what to do is right.
Exactly, and that's
So
the
I'm
thing.
saying
Like,
it's
we
coming
gotta
from-
we gotta have. Okay, go ahead.
I'm saying it's come from both sides. When I started this off, because
Okay.
when you brought up Obama, you said Obama.
Listen.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
but I explained to you why I said it.
Well, we went on the whole tangent of saying you were identifying
God.
what we were talking about as that period of time. He was not a blaming. Remember, me and him discussed that, because I told him that it sounded like you were blaming him, and he's like, no, I'm talking about while he was in office during this time.
Because some like just to give a little more context to what I'm saying, there are people that actually says that Obama made racism more. Like, we know he did.
He made it cool again.
No. It
Well,
angered
not for white
other
people.
He didn't do anything but become a president. But the people reacted to him being in office, and racism sparked. So it's not actually the fault of Obama that these people have racism, but it did spark something at that time period. But like I said, Doc took us to a point even further back before Bush. He says when the Clintons was, so that's a timeline that I'm not. I was there, but I mean, I was alive, but I wasn't paying attention to the politics as much as I do now or in my recent past. But my whole thing was not to point the finger, because even when people say that, oh, it was Obama, no, it was that Obama triggered a bunch of other people to be more racist. Like, he didn't make people racist. Like, that would be insane for anybody to seriously say he made more people racist. It was that's where they started flying out and being angry about all kind of stuff, and like that's shit we ain't heard from Trump in forever. But that's when he came out and started talking shit about, oh, he ain't even from America, and all these different things that we heard. You know what I'm saying? So it was just for a timeline. For the fifth time.
Let me play this one, because this is Missouri doing the same thing.
More than just.
Well, the Missouri House of Representatives wants to cut funding to all of the state's public libraries. It comes after the ACLU sued to overturn a new state law that targets the content offered in those libraries. 5 on your side's Elise Schoenig has more on the proposed cuts.
Public libraries across Missouri could soon lose more than just books.
Couple places around the U.S. right now, some libraries have shut down. Libraries have closed because they just don't have funding, and because of laws like this.
Joe Colburn with the Missouri Library Association says a new proposed budget that would cut millions from state libraries will do more harm than good.
That's going to mean less, quality or less extensive collections, less extensive programming, sometimes shorter library hours.
The budget proposal goes back to Missouri law passed last August. It requires that books deemed explicit, just like these, are pulled from library shelves.
It ended up being like a graphic novel or something that maybe had nudity in it would be an example of something that could be objectionable.
Republican Senator Rick Bratton created the amendment targeting these books.
We want kids to be able to read books that allow them different perspectives, but at the same time protecting their innocence, and we have a moral obligation to do that.
But Colburn says there's something to note when thinking about cutting public library funding.
We don't get state funding. We don't get any money from the state. We're a membership organization.
He says the lawsuit is simply about people standing up for personal and professional beliefs, and he worries the impacts will target parts of the state that need libraries most.
A lot of the folks whose representatives in the state house voted for this bill are the people who are going to be most impacted by not having access to as many library programs.
Elise Schoenig, 5 on your side.
So do y'all condone defunding libraries because of these books that y'all don't want to have in the schools? Because that's where it's coming from. It's coming from the books not being in the school.
Are they say okay? Does the bill actually say we're going to close these because of these books? Or is this the narrative that we're being pushed to? Oh, well, they're going to close because of this, and not because they don't have the money to keep running.
The guy just said it in the video. He said these kids shouldn't be.
No, you look.
The guy from the library.
He's not state funded. They are a membership base. Like, don't leave that part out, bro.
This guy right here, he said, "I don't want
play it
the
again.
kids."
Play it again. Play it again.
Reading
Just
these
said
books.
that they are
We want
not
kids to be able
state-funded.
to read books that allow them different perspectives, but at the same time protecting their innocence, and we have a moral obligation to do that.
We have a moral obligation to protect the kids from these books.
That's not it. I think somebody before him said it. It's like, we are not state funded. They are membership based. So if the people are unagreeable, the people who have been supporting that library are not supportive, they out of business. It's nothing to do with the judge or the.
It says Missouri House pushes to defund the public libraries.
Okay.
They get that. That's what it's saying.
No,
Missouri House.
I didn't hear
Missouri
that
House is pushing to defund the.
It's outrage media. It helps keep the thing arguing. I'm seeing a whole lot of, like I said, I saw one guy saying that we're not state funded. I saw one guy pushing to defund public libraries. If it's not a publicly funded library, then the one that's saying that's not part of the whole argument. Now, defunding public libraries, a lot of states are doing it. Blue states are doing it as well. I'm not saying it's a good idea, but how much use do they get anymore?
A person, you can defund the library. If you've been a person that's been supplying money to this library, you can defund them. You don't have to go through that's the part that I think that gets overlooked, and they're using certain words to get people emotional. But this is not something that's coming down from, the federal government or even the state government. I don't even think it's the county. Like, this
defund the police. Defund the police doesn't mean what you're thinking, what you're arguing it means, right? I remember hearing that recently.
Yes, I agree. But this is the government defund. The libraries run off of tax dollars, or they wouldn't be able to run. They're supposed to be a community good.
All libraries are not funded by the state.
Where in the Constitution does it say that we have to maintain libraries?
Okay, let's say it's not in the Constitution. Do we not think this is a good thing
Look,
to have
I'm not
libraries?
saying it's not a bad idea, but no offense. I mean, you're just losing your freaking mind here without trying to look or see into any other reason other than, they're taking the money away. Why? One of the reasons at the state, you're listening to this guy saying it's about the books. Maybe it's not just about the books. Maybe this is a little more intricate, a word you like to be used, a little more complicated, another word you like to use.
Or maybe it is about the books. And maybe it's also the attack on all community programs.
Soapbox again.
Stuff that's free.
Chaka, I need you to pump your brakes for a minute, bro, because don't you see how certain issues that is like it's not there's no other possibility. Yeah, it's in some situations it may be this, it may be that.
Oh shit!
But then and then other situations just like, well, why you
pull around here?
You're so for want to believe certain things that you're not leaving the possibility that it may not be,
But they're saying what it is. Let me play this one.
How me and Doc hearing something different from you?
I don't know what y'all are hearing. Y'all not hearing what these people are saying.
Representative Meredith, you're on the Missouri House Budget Committee. What was your reaction to this budget proposal that seeks to essentially defund libraries?
That's right. Even just hearing you talk about the facts right now, walk through the circumstances, it's hard to believe. And that's how we felt when it was first presented to us, when the budget chair presented his proposal that library funding be zeroed out. And then when we asked him why, he actually went so far as to explicitly say it was because of them suing over this book ban. And how dare they sue against a bill that the Missouri legislature passed that they believe is unconstitutional and has created a really big problem.
And Katie, help us understand why librarians in Missouri wanted to fight this state law, creating criminal penalties for workers like yourself. Criminal penalties for what the law says is distribution of sexually explicit material.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we are for Americans' First Amendment freedoms. We want to make sure that people have access to information. That's a core tenet of our profession, and we rely on that. And right now, that's in jeopardy, which puts our jobs in jeopardy, and that's something that is concerning for all people in this profession. And it's not happening just here in Missouri; it's across the country.
Mm-hmm. And to that point, Representative Meredith, this effort to cut the library.
He just specifically asked her about specifically sexually explicit content in these books, and then she goes off and makes it seem like it's no big deal. No, look, we want people to have First Amendment rights. Okay, yeah, people can say stuff, but there's still consequences to it. And when the state allows stuff like that, that's not, bro. Like, let's not move over that. And I don't recall you playing this beforehand, because I think I would have caught that the first time if it was the first time other than this. But how is it that we're just making everything okay, bro? Like that's a part of why the rest of the world is growing and we're not, because we're sitting here having arguments about things that kids, like school is for them to learn the fundamentals, math, like the reading, writing, and arithmetic, and now it's also
we're talking about rights. So if the parents are okay with the kids reading this, then the Republicans, not being conservatives, controlling what other people do, saying that these other parents can't give these books to their kids. And also, who determines what's sexually explicit? They're using Dr. Seuss and freaking the Bluest Eye and all of this other books talking about they're sexually explicit. It's bullshit.
I think you didn't read The Bluest Eye.
I did read The Bluest Eye. I was just
did you read it to answer the questions of the class, or did you actually read the book?
I actually read the book. It was for a class, but I read the book.
How did you miss the pedophilic, the explicitly detailed rape scene of the 11-year-old girl by her uncle?
That was something that happened. It was a thing that happened. These things actually happened.
That is why the way it was detailed and stuff like that, the explicitness of it is why they don't want that one in with children. It is not a children's books.
But see, but I understand there's some people who agree with pedophilia and think that that should be normalized, and this is something that we should push into the society as if it's okay. So I mean, Chaka might be one of those people. I don't know.
Let's say it is sexually explicit. I don't think it is. I think that the things that happen in reality in the world is things that these kids do need to know about. Okay. So,
but it's how they learn about it. But the thing is how they learn about it, bro, so that they're not traumatized with some of these things because they don't understand it.
So
like
besides
that's why parents have an issue with it. Not that their children won't grow up and learn about these things.
That are okay with their kids reading this,
and that's fine. But some of
you're taking those rights away from those parents who are okay with their kids reading this.
So fuck the parents who don't, right?
There goes no, because the parents that
that's
don't,
what you're saying. That's what you're
saying.
Listen,
the parents that don't listen. Those parents that don't have to take their kids to the libraries and check the books out. They can monitor which books that they read. These books are in the library for whoever wants to use them. So if the parents decide to allow their kids to read these books, then they should have the right to do so, right? There goes the conservatives stepping on the rights
and that's why we have Amazon. Buy it your damn self.
So they can't go to the library and get it?
There's books that I like that I want my son to read. I don't wait for the library to get it. I go and I order it. I buy it.
All parents don't have fucking resources to buy all these books. That's the point of having these community type programs so that everybody can be.
Did you know that 95% of the banned book list is available for free online?
I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing about that.
Of course you don't.
I don't. But I love libraries. And I take my kids to libraries all the time. That's a resource for the community to help the community, so they don't have to go to Amazon and buy these PDFs or buy the books. They could just go to the library and let the kid read the book for free. That's the whole point of the library, so that it can have access to everyone.
I'm all for the library, but I don't think that by this being a socialist type deal, a community effort type deal, why do they need books that's gonna teach children about pedophilia and sex and all of it, sex orientation and all of these things,
which is probably going to give them more of a perversion at an early age.
But look, y'all,
that's confusion, not perversion.
I don't feel that I'm missing the point being a parent. I don't think I want my 9-year-old son reading a book of pedophilia.
But listen,
I don't think I want him reading a book about sexual orientation. And that it's okay when I'm trying to teach him that, dude, you a boy. God made you a man. You got a penis.
That's your choice. There's other parents that can choose differently. So you want to take that choice,
world, bro.
But you want to take that choice away from the other parents. Who are you to say?
Just like you're taking that choice, you want to take the choice away from the other one.
Can I get my point across?
He don't see that. Doc.
Can I get my point across real quick?
Let Deuce finish, man.
Look, for me, I lost my point, man. Y'all go ahead.
Listen,
y'all go ahead, man. I lost my point.
When you get it back, you just let me know. I'll give it back to you. But I gotta say this because you don't realize that you're doing the same thing. And really, the middle ground is okay. Instead of since there's an issue with this book, because it's not all books. The library can still exist, and certain books don't have to be there because it's not appropriate for the public. It's appropriate for people who might like those things. So it's not really appropriate for the public because it's not equally
that's a slippery ass slope. You are choosing what other parents can decide to teach their children. You
I
are
got-
infringing
but
on
you're-
that
but you're
parent's
trying-
rights.
I got.
to
You're trying to
choose-
decide what
I got
other
my-
people, what other parents should be teaching their kids, and when they
They don't
want-
have to take their kids to the library. They
Listen
don't have
to
to
you.
check those
So,
books
so,
out.
so my kid has less rights to go to the library.
Remember,
than
he
yours.
trusts the government to teach his children.
I know.
I
That's but he
got
doesn't
my
see
point.
That is an important part in this. You have to understand.
Y'all keep going back to the government. We're not talking about the schools no more. We're talking about
But
the
it
public
is
library.
But who's making the decisions?
Which is what part of the government, right?
Who's making the legislation?
By
Chaka?
literal fact, because they're funded by them.
Well, the government is
my
making the
thing
legislation to take the books and defund the libraries.
But it's not. But guess where it's the people. Go ahead, Chuck. I mean, before you forget, but it's the people that's saying that this shouldn't be done. There's certain. Go
It's
ahead.
the conservatives that are saying this.
Man,
Yeah.
I feel like that's what's wrong with our world now. We care more about people's sexual orientation and things of this nature, but not looking at how we're destroying our world, man. How we're destroying the world as we know it by this shit. And it's like, come on, man. Nobody has an issue with, hey, if you want to teach your child about pedophilia or genderism or whatever the word may be for it, then hey, you do that in the confines of your own home. But don't force that on me or on my
everybody.
child or on everybody else. I have no
It's
problem
not.
with that. You know,
It's not forcing it on your child. It's in the library. You don't have to check those books out. So the parents that do want to check those books out for their child,
the point
the
that you're
conservatives
missing,
are
though,
taking that
Chaka,
right away
but
from
the
those
point that you're
parents.
missing, if that's in the library, okay, if that's in the library and your child is in the library with his or her friends
Or his class.
or his class, and one of the kids and say, oh, my mom and dad, they don't mind if I read this, and they bring this book out and start trying to pose this on your child, that's a problem, dude. Because most kids,
he doesn't care about that.
But do
most
you
kids-
not monitor what books your children read? Or
I
whatever?
do monitor,
We try to.
I do
Absolutely.
monitor what they read.
When
but
my
if
boy
I'm-
moved in, I had a 5-year plan.
Like,
there's
yeah,
certain
I
things
monitor what they read, but if they're at
does
school,
slide by.
that's like if they're at school and they, like my son came home and telling me about one of his classmates that was talking about, his mom them talks to him about this and showed him this book and pulled it up on the school bus with my son. My son came right home and told me. He even pulled it up. And he's like, he was reading that, and that's wrong. And so it's like
And our
I thank
children,
God.
based on what I hear from my son, our children have a problem with some of this stuff. It's like appalling to them that this is like, bro, like I said, there's some families where like they have sex with each other. They have all these things going on in their household, so a lot of these things may not matter to them as much. But there's other families who are very much conservative and liberal at the same time that have a balance between the two. That just like, okay, too much is too much.
So, but listen to what y'all saying. Y'all saying y'all are willing to take
listen
the
to what you're
rights away
You listen
from
to
the
what you're
other
saying.
parents
You
who
listen to
do
what
want
you're
their
saying.
children.
I'm not
to
trying to
read
take the
these
rights away.
books.
I'm not trying to
No.
take the rights away, but when
I just don't want to.
when
If you
when
defund the
it-
library and then books are
I-
not
I
there
didn't-
and the library don't exist, then those
Chaka.
parents don't have access to those books.
Dude, they got
Chaka.
the internet. They got the internet.
What-
Go read a fucking audio book about this
One of the
whole
things that you
homosexual
forget-
ass shit and gay shit.
So
Say,
then
but
they're
one of
gonna
the
have to
things that
pay.
No,
That's
Chaka,
all right.
One of
That's
the things
fine.
that you're forgetting. One of the
You
things
gotta
that you're
pay for what
forgetting
you
is that
want in
your
life.
rights end where
I
mine
just
begin.
sat there and said they didn't have to on most of these.
Your rights end where mine begin. So you can't infringe. Like one way, like taking something, like like the fair thing to do
You
is
don't
if there's
see how
if
that's
there-
infringing on the other parents' rights?
Say,
You
man,
don't see that?
if they
But see,
going to
but-
the
but-
library, it still costs. It's not free.
say, bro. See, but that's the problem. Cause see, like some of these books, you wouldn't like if you wouldn't even know about if it didn't exist. So just the fact that now, okay, this book exists, you feel like it should be everybody should be there and should be able to read it, regardless of how horrific it could be. Like you're not. Like you're not even looking at like I mean even some horror. It don't even have to be about sex. It could just be like horror books or like a
Man,
something
I think
that's
sometimes,
explicit,
bro, people
murder and all this other kind of stuff.
People get so focused on trying to be, like trying to be an activist or looking at other people's rights that they actually lose. And this is no shot at you, Chuck. It's just I got friends like this. They get so lost in that shit that they don't realize that, hey man, you're going against everything that you have ever been or ever stood for. You're going against everybody else that you have been around. You're losing sight. The shit that you're talking, it's like, where did that come from? Like, come on, man. Like, I'm all for you being, if you want to be homosexual, be that. If you want to be transgender,
in your own
be
space.
that. I'm not like, I don't have a problem with being around someone that's gay. I have a transgender cousin that is my most favorite cousin in the whole world, bro. And like everybody think that me and him are brothers, which it was a girl, but now a dude now. And it's like, I have no issue with that. But they fighting for equal rights, and it's like you have to understand you're not equal. Men who's trying to be a woman and take the place of a woman, dude, after what women, especially and I don't mean nothing. I'm not trying to exclude white women, but what black women have fucking fought for just to exist in this world. Women as a whole, but just the minority women, what they have fought and fought for and still fighting for equality in this fucking world, and they still don't have it. And you tell me that as a man, you go put on some fucking makeup and you put on a fucking ass pad and get some boobies and put a fucking wig on and dress up, and you're more beautiful than this fucking woman over here that is a natural woman. Like,
I agree with you 100% on that, but that's not what we're talking about here.
I know that, but it all coincides with what's going on.
Where does the line,
world, bro?
Look, it's slippery
we're on
slope.
A decline.
People are deciding on what is
but we're the laughing fucking
acceptable
stock.
or
America
not.
America is the laughing stock of the world because of these certain issues, and we can't ignore this. It's like, come on, man.
You're going on another subject. Listen, where does the line?
Every single book ever written by man or ever that gets written by man should be available to the entire public for free.
Boom.
If you want to put age restrictions on it, whatever you want to do, you want to say an 18 or older limit, put them in a back room where you don't get kids to it. But no knowledge should be restricted from the public for any reason except like maybe plans to nuclear weapons and stuff like that.
Boom. I agree with that.
Sometimes I believe you motherfuckers are paid by the Biden party. I swear to God, you and fucking Doc are getting paid.
You're not listening to me. I am.
Yes, I am.
I
heard you.
I am agreeing with all of you're saying about availability to kids and what should and should not be, what shouldn't be in schools. But I am saying that there is no reason to stop the general public from being able to read any book ever printed for free. And the government should be able to help anyone pursue whatever knowledge they want.
Yes,
anytime.
But those are the books that should be in the back office. The ones that are
yes. If you have, a matter of fact, if you want to, like I said, if you want to figure age limits out,
that's like
nothing below 8, 12, 14. Put those books in separate sections.
When they had
I'm
DVDs,
okay with that.
Listen. When we used to go buy DVDs and VHSs and stuff like that, what was in the back closet?
Say that the one with the red light behind the little curtain.
Right.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, not saying that these books should not be available, and even if you want to have them for free, this is not something that like that. Certain
I
things
think that the library should be government funded. I think that's one of the things that. Even if it not every single little branch, small branch, but I think there should be a reasonable distribution of availability. And I really think they should be working on getting all of these books electronically imprinted to where people can receive them on the phones or on a device, and
PDFs.
They delete themselves after like 20 days or 30 days.
They have some.
They're working on that.
No,
it's getting better.
Exists. It already exists, bro.
It's still easy to pirate and stuff, is what I'm saying.
So, but listen, y'all.
It already exists.
Slippery slope. Where does it end? Look, did y'all see that movie Fahrenheit 9/11? If I'm not saying it right, where they had the firefighter.
No, Fahrenheit 451.
Fahrenheit 4051. Y'all need to watch that movie.
No, you need to read. You need to read the book.
Well, anyway, listen.
You don't know. Okay.
What they did in this story was they went to people's. There was a fire department, and their job was to go around and burn books. And they went into people's homes and took the books from out of their homes and burned them. Now, all of these unapproved books. They didn't want nobody to have books. Period.
Books, art.
When did that happen? Is that the first time that's happened?
This is a book written in the I want to say 40s or 50s.
It was hypothetical. It was fiction.
It's Ray Bradbury. It's called Fahrenheit 451 because that's the temperature that books burn at. That paper burns.
So this is the slippery slope that we're heading down into that direction, where if the government or whoever, the conservatives, whoever, deciding what is acceptable to be existing for anybody to read, then they just decide to just burn all of that shit.
Bro,
I also have to explain to you
that
back in the 80s,
it's still available. Wait a minute, hold on. It's still available, bro. And like I said, I mean, for a moment we had some level ground, but then you pull the rug from under that within almost seconds. It's like, okay, all these books can be available, but if they're controversial and certain, because like some books should be available, like some books should be available to everybody. Some books should be available just to certain groups or whatever, or people who choose that just that's what their thing is. But at the same time, bro, like it is like, are we going to give up what morality is and what it means, what it stands for? Are we redefining it and what morality is? Because the rest of the world hasn't.
Well, like I said, build age level restrictions on them, but nothing should be restricted.
Well, what they're doing is
how
they're
defunding
the libraries. And it's gonna.
You're saying protect kids. I'm saying put age limits on it. Put a wall behind it that they can't go back.
Yeah. So, but if they defund the
ID
libraries,
card.
they won't have nothing.
But Chaka's not even trying to have that. Not even trying to.
But
to
keep an educated public, we need the libraries.
And
college students need to be able to go to that big brick friggin' wall of encyclopedias and be able to find out things. Things you can get on the internet, but you can't absorb that way because your brain works with books.
But look, every kid is not trying to figure out who they are because they have family that they can resonate with and see themselves in. They don't need, everybody doesn't need those books where they're trying to figure out, okay, am I a boy, am I a girl?
How are they getting those books?
Yes.
How are they getting those books? By what I said, how are they getting those books?
They have to be available.
You're saying they should not be in there at all.
Yes, that's what you're saying.
I'm saying the public can define, the public can vote and say this is age appropriate and not.
Okay, but what am I saying? I'm saying they should be available, but this should not be in open access for any and everybody. That's for people
Yeah,
like somebody
like I
somebody
said,
who's
age
looking,
appropriate.
somebody that's looking,
What
or
other
even if the
than age
parent,
appropriate
even
level?
if the parent,
How are you
even if
going
the
to restrict it other than age appropriate?
And then Pat, let me ask you this, because you like free speech, right? You agree
yeah,
with the free speech?
yes.
Isn't books free speech? You're taking away that First Amendment right for people.
But no, but see, that's where you get it confused because, like, people think it's just cut and clear free speech. You still got to be responsible with what you say, and when you're not, you can be punished for it. That's a part of the whole idea. And then when you think that you can just take somebody's kid and like all of a sudden all of the horror, all of the filth, everything, the worst things that could be brought about in life are now possible to be implanted in your child's head, where you've been trying to protect them from that their entire
We
lives, so
call
that
that the
they're
internet.
older until you're old enough. But no, but that's the thing. Like my son has internet, but I have personally restricted things from him being able to get to on his
And
But you
that's
can't
your
restrict his you can't restrict his friends' phone.
and yes,
But
that's what I'm
but,
saying.
but
That's your
I
right.
can't I can't
But you're
I can't
taking the
restrict his
right away
friends.
from the other parents who do
I
want
can't
their
restrict
kids to
his
be able to
No,
see the stuff.
I can't restrict his friends. And do like, bro, like,
That's
what are you talking
overstepping the
about?
bounds. That's
No,
overstepping your
no,
bounds.
that's being a parent. What
That's
are you
taking the
talking
rights
about?
away from other parents.
No, it's not. What y'all are doing are taking rights from other
No,
parents.
how no. Don't y'all me.
I just
Because
said y'all.
I say very simple.
If you
Everything
stand
should
with
be
him,
available.
if you stand with him on that
If you
comment,
want to say, if
if
you
you
want to
stand with him
protect
on that comment, you're y'all. If
what
you stand with
comment,
him on,
what now now what you need to identify what comment now.
okay, well, don't start jumping out there answering off of something that I'm saying if you don't not even
I'm
what
not.
I'm
You're sitting
talking
there
about.
going y'all, and I said very
Yeah,
simple to
yes,
put age appropriate restrictions, and
because it was.
you're coming back at me like I'm
I heard
endangering kids.
no,
How am I
no,
endangering kids by finding an
Doc,
agreed upon
Doc,
base to put these
Doc.
behind appropriate barriers for
Because
children?
you included yourself in y'all. Because y'all is the ones with the. Because I'm
No,
talking about Chaka.
he's speaking different from me. We're not
I
talking.
know.
Me and him
But
aren't
I didn't.
agreeing with this.
You included yourself into that. I was talking to
No, he's
him.
talking free everything. I'm talking
Let's
proper
Doc.
restrictions.
Doc, I heard you, and I agreed with you. But when I started commenting on what Chaka said and the y'all that he is talking about, you implanted yourself there. I
Okay,
didn't say,
I see what you're saying.
yeah, that like him what he's saying, like I think is unfair because because that's just like in the winter, like you could put on more clothes, you can't take off no more. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you're putting something in place that can accidentally get into hands that some parents don't want their kids to get in there. And if you're the parents that that specifically want their kids to have access to it, there's a place for them to go get it. And that's why, like, like if you're putting something there and you're overstepping boundaries for people, but as long as there's access for the parents that want it, it's still there. You just got to be, adults enough to say, hey, this is what I want for my kid, and take them there and get the book. Like, that's the thing that I don't think that you're really seeing. Like, you're really like putting something just out in like for like any and everyone to get 2 to 82 can grab this thing and look at it and be disturbed by it, other than making some kind of I didn't say prohibit it, I said restrict it. Put it in a place where somebody who's definitely looking for this book, they can go get it because it's available, but it's just not out there. You got to go ask for it.
Well, we started this argument about the libraries being defunded.
Yes. And if some people gonna be ignorant like that, bro. Like, we can't get overly emotional about it. like that. But we have to definitely try to make some middle ground because like these stories are being brought up. This is one place, and now we're talking about like it's happening in every county in the country.
It's spreading. It's spreading across the nation.
Well, that thing, because I mean, and we, don't forget the good cop, bad cop. Like this is like, we're saying that it's one person that's doing it, but like, like I said, there's a reason that some people are going out of their way to protect their children from it, is because somebody's trying to push something that they deem, should be good for everybody, but everybody don't see things the same way. I don't, I'm not gonna choose to kiss a man. I'm not gonna be, doing like people see the
And
world.
you don't
different.
have to get that book for your kid, but it can be available for the parents that are okay.
And I've said it just like Doc. I think me and Doc have agreed that like we actually have made some middle ground. You still feel like on the extremist part, instead of coming to the middle where, okay, yes, it's available, but it's not like in like the clear public area. You think that, look, I'm infringing on your rights because I think it should be in the back room.
If it's defunding the library and the library is going to have to close because they don't have money to be open, then it's taking the opportunity away from everyone. Might as well just burn them.
Okay, but have I said anything about agreeing with that? So I didn't think that was really a part of the argument. The more of the argument to me was that what was widely available and the things that are narrowly available.
Let me play a little bit of this one last video on this topic and we'll move on.
In the great state of Missouri are currently squabbling over whether or not they want to defund the state's public library system. Because, that should be a priority, right? Except it shouldn't be. This is incredibly stupid, and I'll explain why. So unsurprisingly, this nonsense infighting, yes, it's actual infighting within the GOP in Missouri, has its roots in the rights war on libraries in general. So let's give you the details on how this all came about. Last year, a state senator in Missouri by the name of Rick Bratton hijacked a bill that was originally meant to give more rights to survivors of sexual assaults. Now, Bratton included an amendment that prohibited educators from providing sexually explicit material to students, which the bill defines as visual depictions of sex, masturbation, or nudity, okay? Now, the bill was eventually signed into law. Between August when the bill was signed into law and November of last year, 300 books were banned from schools across the state, school libraries across the state. Now in February, the ACLU of Missouri, the Missouri Association of School Librarians, and the Missouri Library Association joined forces to file a lawsuit against the state of Missouri over these book bans. They argued that the bill violates the First Amendment. Now, furthermore, the bill included a provision that would exclude relevant works of art or science from being counted as sexually explicit. But the lawsuit argues that the book bans have been ignoring that particular provision. Now, in retaliation for the lawsuit, Missouri House Republicans want to axe the $4.5 million that is allocated to libraries in the state's budget. They've argued that they don't want to subsidize the lawsuit against the state, but keep in mind that the state is not funding that lawsuit. The ACLU is providing free legal aid. There's one big obstacle standing between the House Republicans and their goal of defunding the libraries, and you won't believe it. The obstacle is a Senate Republican. So before I get to the Senate Republican and give you the other details of this incredible story, Francesca, I want to bring you in because
I think that's enough. I don't like to hear the talking heads.
Well, it sounds like the Senate Republican might be, because I mean, based on what I'm understood from that, is that the only thing that's standing in between the defunding of it is the Senate, that one GOP senator that's saying, no, y'all going a little bit too far. Like, you gonna ban the libraries? So everybody's not like as gung ho as you might think. Now, there's some people that is, I'm sure, like on both sides, that's getting overly emotional about something that me and Doc just solved within 20 minutes of talking about it, because we really want solutions. But for those who just gotta have it one way or the other, like, bro, y'all not being American. And that's all I really got to say about that. Like, you're not trying to be fair with your fellow man. Your belief is no more than mine. Let's just come to a compromise where, this can, be beneficial for both of us.
I want to do a couple rapid fire stories, and then I want to go into this one that's close to home to me that I found out in my class, but I'm gonna tell y'all about it in a second. This one, it says Texas House passes controversial Death Star bill 9255. Critics said a state as large and diverse as Texas should have one-size-fits-all laws crafted by lawmakers that meet every 2 years. Austin, Texas. Elected officials, civil rights groups, and labor leaders are urging state lawmakers to vote against a bill they're dubbing the Death Star bill. The Texas House heard debate on the House Bill 2127 on Tuesday. The bill would let the state preempt local rules and laws on workplace safety, the environment, and renters' rights. The House passed the bill 9255, sending it to the Texas Senate. Opponents of the bill say it would instantly destroy local policies and laws on minimum wage workers' safety and paid time off. Its author argued it would provide regulatory stability and certainty to help the Texas economy keep growing. Houston and some of the fastest growing cities that have mostly Democratic leadership call Texas home, but some worry state lawmakers could hurt those cities' success and their right to self-govern. These bills are threats to democracy. They threat the civil rights and human rights, said NAACP Houston President Bishop James Dixon. Dixon and other community leaders and elected officials publicly condemned House Bill 2127 Tuesday morning. It would allow the state to preempt local policies and ordinances in 8 sections of the code. The bill would also let Texas sue officials or governments if they believe they're being improperly regulated. This bill has the potential to hinder local government's ability to respond quickly to hurricanes and industrial fires, and even basic protections like enacting requirements for carbon monoxide detectors are at risk, Texas said. This bill has the potential to hinder local, I read that, enacting requirements for carbon monoxide dictators are at risk, said Texas Gulf Coast Area Labor Federation Executive Director Kenny Cahill. Citizen critics said at state as large as diverse, Texas shouldn't have one-size-fits-all laws crafted by lawmakers that meet once every 2 years. In the same way, we don't lecture Lubbock on how to deal with windstorms, said Harris County Precinct 2 Commissioner Adrian Garcia. Let's keep the part-timers at the Capitol from inserting themselves into how we operate in the Gulf Coast. So do y'all understand what this is saying? The state are going to pass laws to keep from the local governments to be able to govern themselves. And then these guys only meet 2 times a year. And so what they're trying to say is it is going to give stability to the government in Texas. But what it's really doing is allowing these big companies to do whatever they want and be deregulated, and not allow the local municipalities to pass laws to deal with local things. And Texas is a big, huge state, So they're going to pass these blanket laws for the whole state, which isn't going to work for different little communities within the state. Y'all understand?
Texas is damn near a fifth of the damn country. So, like, there's like 4 states inside of Texas. But either way, now I think that we can't allow something like that to happen, because first of all, like, all of our communities, like, just think if there was more that people could say personally in East Palestine, Ohio, or where everything wasn't just was just regulated from the federal level. If you coming through my state or my town or whatever, like, you got train speed limits that you can go through my area. You know what I'm saying? Like that. That, like, there's different things that should be able to be done more on a local level, where whatever the feds are doing, all right, they doing their thing, whatever that they can control. But at the same time, when you come through my county, my parish, my city, my state, or whatever, like, they should be able to have certain regulations based on what the people there will and will not accept.
And I completely agree with you. But guess what? This is coming from the conservative Republicans who feel like they're against the, big government or whatever, making too many changes or whatever that causes problems. And they just want things to move a lot slower and, basically be inept in the government. And really, it just helps the corporations and let them just have free reign to do whatever they want.
So is this another example of good cop playing bad cop, of good cop against bad cop? Because, I'm sure. I mean, in my opinion, am I sure? I can't really say I'm sure, because I haven't really looked at the case. But I would definitely say, and most likely, they're defending certain things, because just like we talked about earlier about the budget, like 4,000 pages, here it goes. I need you to, decide on this evening. Here it is, 8 in the morning. By 8 p.m., we need to have this signed and delivered. So there is most likely something that they're trying to fight against, because, the more you put into a bill, the more chances it is it's going to rob you of something somewhere down the road. So they're trying to simplify the process, which I don't think is the answer either. So I think that they just gonna have to, they just gonna have to do the work. I mean, that's all it is to it. That's what we pay them for, regardless of how stressful it might get for them. Hey, get another job if you can't handle it. So this is my best way of being down the middle, because I think that both of them are being potentially being extreme. We definitely have evidence that the GOP is being extreme in this situation, but I would just based on the politics that I've been seeing, it's them being reactionary to something else that already has been happening.
I agree. We touched on this story a bit yesterday. I don't know if you guys was here, because we were talking about guns for a while at the beginning of the show yesterday. But we mentioned this story, but this one, it says fatally shooting Kaylin Gillis has not shown any remorse, sheriff says, and her boyfriend grieves over the high hopes the pair had planned. It says Kevin Monahan, 65, faces second-degree murder charges in the death of 20-year-old Kaylin Gillis. The sheriff told CNN that Monahan has not shown any remorse in this case, according to CNN. Blake Walsh, Gillis' boyfriend of over 4 years, told NBC News they had plans to get married. 20-year-old Kaylin Gillis in upstate New York hasn't shown any remorse. Gillis was a passenger in the car with her friends and boyfriend, 19-year-old Blake Walsh, when they pulled into the wrong driveway around 10 p.m. on Saturday. As the group tried to figure out whether they were at the right address, 2 shots were fired at the car. Gillis was pronounced dead shortly after. I had high hopes and I had plans. Walsh, who was Gillis for over 4 years, told NBC News, I didn't want to be anybody else, and I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her. It says,
this is another story like the same issue. Wait, because I mean, what's the dude, the 16-year-old?
Yeah, this is very similar. Yes, this one is a white chick who got killed.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of race, I mean to me, it's fucked up that somebody make a mistake and go to somebody's house and you get shot, killed, injured.
And they was pulling out of the driveway when he popped them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could say that's even worse. But
man, it seems like this going back in the day. I remember as a kid growing up, they like if you got turned around or you passed up the house. I remember my grandmother and them always saying, "Don't turn in nobody's driveway. Go down to the end of the street, make a U-turn in the middle of the street."
That's some true shit. I ain't gonna lie. I've dealt with that. I've seen that here in my own neighborhood, and I'm, well, my mother, where I grew up, my mother's neighborhood, where it's something like turning around in your driveway is like, and you ain't harming that, they ain't turning around in your grass.
I'm saying you're not hurting their damn parking lot. So stupid.
It's insane, bro. Like I don't get it. Like, shit, you're gonna need something to do the same thing at some point, and you want to make a big deal about somebody. But then to the extent, because here it was mostly about, hey, don't be turning around my driveway. It wasn't followed with bow, 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 bow.
Yeah.
Or, you know what I'm saying? There was no gunshots.
He didn't even leave out. He shot him through the window, I want to say. Let me read a little bit more. It says, Kevin Mahanahan, 65, faces second-degree murder charges. Washington County Sheriff Jeffrey Murphy said as police responded to the home, Manahan refused to exit his residence to speak with police and was taken into custody after several hours with assistance of the New York State Police Special Operations Response Team, according to a press release. The sheriff added that Manahan, quite frankly, has not shown any remorse in this case. There was clearly no threat from anyone in the vehicle. There was no reason for Mr. Monahan to feel threatened, Murphy added to the outlet. Monahan's attorney, Kurt Musert, said his client gave him a different version of events, CNN reported. This is not simply a case of coming up a driveway and turning around, Musert told CNN. The description I was given by my client is there were multiple vehicles, including a motorcycle, revving engines, and coming up to something. I cut it off. Yeah, he probably making that shit up.
Yeah.
I mean, but how? It's saddening, but it's like, yeah, you don't want to see this happen to nobody, but it just goes to show you that the climate that we live in, that the elderly are so afraid, bro. Like when I was a kid, old folks wasn't like that. Yeah, man. Like when I was a kid growing up in the early 90s, mid 90s, like Chaka he know I was all over the hood. Like elderly folks, when they saw us coming down the street, they spoke to us. I mean,
well,
it was just, we could walk up in their yard and knock at the door. They need to grab, hey, can we cut your grass? Can we do, it's just, but it just goes to show it's sad, and I'm not excusing it because somebody definitely lost their life, but it just shows the climate, bro, that the elderly don't feel protected anymore, man, when the elderly was always the pioneers in the neighborhood. They were the watch team.
Well, I also be afraid that some of them might be somewhat senile and, acting on, because my thing is to still ask, because, I'm going to be messy and just, is this because of guns? There's an abundance of guns while this happened, or is it because, we just have some people who, overwhelmed with fear mongering that everything is a bigger problem than what the reality
He
is.
thought they were protesting to defund the libraries. So he said, I'm gonna get this shit out the way.
Well, my argument is the guns, and the fear is the reason why they have the guns, and then this gives them an excuse to do it. That's my argument.
Well, and I guess to some extent, because I mean, some of us are not scared at all. We got guns
Well, we
because
also
we
have
ain't
to
scared.
remember. We also have to remember, man, the elderly folks that had guns back in the day. It wasn't to use those weapons on anybody. It was simply because they either had a hobby of cleaning and building guns, or they just collected guns from
They were hunters.
hunters, or they collected guns from different ages and things of that nature. So we can't really put that on them, bro, because I grew up in a house in Louisiana and it was guns all over the house, and he never pulled the gun on nobody. He'll tell you. And his old age, he'll tell you, bring your ass in here, I'll whoop your motherfucking ass.
I grew up around guns too, but it was all about hunting and stuff, though. So
but
that's what I say.
you know that for not wanting people to have guns is also a fear.
It's both sides. I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you. I don't think you hear what I'm saying when I say the reason why the NRA is trying to scare the shit out of everybody to make them go sell more guns.
No, listen to me. That right there, because I think that's a lame excuse for what you say, why the NRA is doing something, because I mean, this is somebody who's always stood up for the Constitution, something that like people who don't agree with it can move to other places, but you agree with it, but then you want other people to be restricted from their right to have it just because you choose not to. You don't want that in your life, and this.
I'm saying the argument. You saying the fear is the driver, and I'm saying it's a fear driver on the other side too. It's a fear driving both sides.
To some extent, because he
is right in that statement by itself. He is correct.
Okay, but
like this debate is being driven by fear from both sides.
Yeah, and see, my fear is not to be able to defend myself or my family if someone with a gun comes in, because I'm not gonna just go out and hurt somebody just for the fuck of it. It would be more so somebody trying to hurt me before I hurt somebody. So my fear is that I can't protect myself and my godly rights because somebody's having a bad day.
Let me read this one. This was a kind of an update. We went over this a little bit yesterday too, but y'all wasn't here. It says prosecutors filed 2 felony charges against suspect in Ralph Yarl shooting. This is the one with the 16-year-old that went to the wrong house. It says national headlines from NBC News catch up with the developing stories making headlines courtesy of Ralph Yarl's
grandson.
So it says the Clay County Prosecutor's Office announced that it filed 2 criminal charges against a suspect in the April 13th shooting of 16-year-old Ralph Yarl in Kansas City, Missouri. Andrew Lester was charged with 1 count of felony assault in the first degree and 1 count of armed criminal action as a felony, police said Monday. The 16-year-old black teenager was shot Thursday night by a homeowner in Kansas City after he accidentally went to the wrong address to pick up his siblings, police said. This is a developing story. Please check back for update. One is weird about this is that he said a 16-year-old black teenager was shot. And then the other one with the woman, it didn't mention her race.
Fear mongering and narrative building, because it's supposed,
Well, that's common in the media. They always gonna mention the minority, but they never.
That always.
Yeah. So why can't it just be a person? Like she's just a 20. It said 20-year-old Kaylin Gillis. That's how they described her. And they could have just
paint a picture. They're trying to paint that picture.
And look at the other one.
They were kicking themselves. Their name was obviously so white.
So, but within the
Kaylee,
other
Kaylee's
one,
got to be a black. That's a white girl. You know she drinks pumpkin spice
What's her name?
lattes.
What's her name?
Kaylee.
Was it
Yeah, I know
Kaylee?
black. I know black Kaylee's too.
Kaylin Gillis.
Okay.
So but still,
That's
they could have
pretty
just
tasty.
said. They could have just said 16-year-old. What
It's
is it?
irrelevant. Overall, it's irrelevant. But they like certain.
Ralph
That's the whole thing
Yarrow.
is
First of all, she's 16. They shouldn't have said her name in the first place.
No, that was a 20-year-old. It's the other one is 20-year-old. So yeah, but this
Okay.
one is the 16-year-old. It's a 16-year-old Ralph Yarrow in Kansas City.
Yeah, none of the names of anyone under 18 should be put in the newspaper.
Well, either way, they didn't have to say black.
See, listen,
16-year-old black teenager. They didn't have to
but
say
that's
that.
how they do. That's how they do because they treat our teenagers, our youngsters, as adults. So, like, they can put us in jail. Somebody else, they might have to think about it because, like, we basically are still 3/5 of a human because some of us are still 3/5 of a human because you don't know who you really are. You don't know. You don't have no real religion. You don't have no real culture. However, they treat black kids differently in that matter, whether you're the criminal or the victim, because they just treat us as if
I just
we're
wish that
adults.
they could just leave out the black part or the white part or whatever. It was a kid,
You don't have to worry about them
16-year-old.
saying
They
you don't
was
have to worry about them
killed.
saying the white part because they don't do that. Like
Yeah.
they don't. They're never. No matter how heinous of a crime, they're never going to be a thug that did whatever crime. They're going to be such and such age male did this blah 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 blah. That's how a lot of times we can tell the difference in who who it was because one's going to be blatantly described and the other one is going to be vaguely described. So it's just
Let me read this one right quick. It says new Pew CDC data: gun deaths among U.S. children and teens rose 50% in 2 years, up 100% in 10 years. This is the highest level of gun violence against children recorded this century. And I want to go ahead.
I really wish to
Gotta break that down.
break it down, Badak. Break it down.
Of course, there's less gun deaths or more gun deaths in the last year or two than there were in the two before that. We're not under lockdown. It's the highest death this century, which means it's the worst one in 24 years. And yeah, there's a whole lot of crazy stuff going on because this is the most we have a big community suffering from loss of identity and loss of self, knowing that this 15 minutes of fame is worth that they're going to get is going to be their big flash in the pan and way to go out.
Ooh, that's a big one. The attention economy. Oh my God, just wanting to have some value. Nobody recognizes you.
I will always be remembered.
Yeah, at least they think so. But
they are now immortal.
Yep. And that's why they do it.
Even if it's just a statistic.
And
that's why I say their manifestos should not be done. The news should not publish their manifestos.
And they shouldn't even say their names.
The police should release them public domain after the trial is all done.
Don't even say their names. Just say the shooter or something like that.
Shooter, shooter, male 21.
Yeah.
Oh wait, we can't assume gender now.
No,
that would have been really would have been really messed up in about 5 of the last 7.
Yeah, just say shooter.
He was an extra in this movie. How they put it on the it was like
the birther shooter
What is it called? Shooter's a good one, but I was just thinking like, you know, when they doing it, writing down the cast members of the show.
We should be saying pew pews.
Pew pews.
What is it?
You know to edit words like that out on your clips, right?
Oh yeah.
Actually, go over the sound, change those to pew pews and stuff because they'll get you bounced.
Got you. PPUs. Okay.
So I want to cover
PEW, yeah, pew pew.
And I want to wrap on this topic. We should be able to talk on it for a little while. This came across my radar in class earlier this week, and it was something that I didn't know about. It's a history, and it's related to University of Houston. This chick who was killed, and it was an unsolved murder. And this was right after segregation, and like U of H was one of the first schools to integrate, or wait a minute, no, they wasn't. They integrated a little bit later, but this chick became the first Black what was it, prom queen, I want to say, in like all of the South, and it happened here in Houston. And like 3 years after she graduated from the university, she mysteriously was killed. And it was some weird ass story where she stabbed herself. Like the guy had a wreck with the police, and the police found her corpse in the back. And he said that she got frantic and stabbed herself to death. And he was on his way to take her to the hospital. So they charged him with her murder, but he was acquitted. And no one has ever been charged with the murder since. It's gone as an unsolved murder. So there's a little more to the case, is that she was like an activist. She started the Shape Center that's in 3rd Ward. A lot of stuff I did not know about it. I know about the Shape Center, and I know a lot of these other organizations that she like founded. And so, you know, and her becoming the Black Homecoming Queen was organized by like the Black people on the campus when she was there, and they started all of these different organizations. They put together this like 10-point like referendum or whatever to the university to get the university to have more Black representation in the faculty, and better pay for the low-wage people that were working at the school, all of this really cool stuff. So, but it sounds like she got murdered as a result of her activism, and no one has ever been held accountable for her death. Let me play this right here. Y'all check it out, and we're going to talk about it.
Lynn Cecilia Usan was the first Black homecoming queen at the Institution of Houston, where she studied journalism. She was also the first Black woman to win the title at any mainly white college or university in the southern United States. I had been an all-white school for just 7 years before, not integrating until the 1962-63 academic year. She was discovered dead in the back seat of a stranger's vehicle less than 3 years after that homecoming celebration. Her death was ruled a homicide, and no one has ever been convicted of her murder. A university park is named in her honor. Usan was born in Galveston County, Texas on October 11, 1948. Her parents were working class. Ida Mae Boudreaux Usan and Wilbur Thurkield Usan. Senior Usan grew up in San Antonio, Texas, together with her 4 siblings. In 1966, after graduating from Phyllis Wheatley High School, she enrolled directly in the University of Houston. Usan was a member of the Spirit of Houston Marching Band and worked as a reporter and photographer at the University of Houston. She earned a bachelor's degree in teaching and a master's degree in journalism. She was a founding member of the University of Houston's Committee on Better Race Relations, which sought to promote racial peace among the university students. Usan co-founded African Americans for Black Liberation a year later, which succeeded Cover. That group was founded with the aim of bringing together people of all races and cultures, including the neighborhood's 3rd Ward and the neighboring historically Black institution Texas Southern University. Additionally, The organization collected funds for scholarships and established summer activities for Black children. USAN was a founding member of Alpha Kappa Alpha's Epsilon Lambda chapter, the university's first Black sorority. She also co-founded the Third Ward SHAPE, Self-Help for African People Through Education, Community Center. USAN was elected as homecoming queen on November 22, 1968, at the Astrodome, defeating 5 other white contestants and becoming the first Black homecoming queen in a mostly white Southern institution. Her campaign was coordinated by African Americans for Black liberation. The student publication, The Daily Cougar, supported her candidacy. As homecoming queen, she continued to fight for civil rights and Black pride. USAN got death threats in the weeks preceding up to the homecoming game, and white fraternities ridiculed her in minstrel performances. USAN maintained a cheerful attitude throughout the mockery. USAN said 2 weeks later in an interview with the Houston Chronicle, "This was the first time Black students on campus joined together and were really successful against overwhelming odds." USAN and 100 other members of the ABLE marched to the office of University of Houston President Philip G. Hoffman in February 1969 and delivered a list of 10 demands, which included the following: establishment of a curriculum in African American studies, increasing the number of Black professors and employees, recruiting and retaining Black pupils, pay equality and improved working conditions for low-wage employees, assistance with inner-city kids initiatives. Hoffman agreed to some of the requests of the organization. The next year, the university established the African American Studies program sought by the ABLE. USAN was detained twice for protesting. She was charged with damage to public property in 1969 for her participation in a riot on the University of Houston campus. Subsequently, the accusations were dismissed. In 1967, she was detained at a protest in the Sunnyside area demanding improved conditions for children. USAN obtained a reporting position with Voice of Hope, the media arm of Hope Development Incorporated, in the Fifth Ward, after his graduation from in 1970. She was a contributor to the journal Black Enterprise and worked as a secretary. USAN intended to continue her education in North Carolina. USAN was last seen waiting at a bus stop in windy, wet weather on September 10, 1971. On September 10, 1971, Leo Jackson Jr.'s automobile collided with a police car. USAN's corpse was discovered in the back seat. She had been stabbed many times. Jackson said USAN was hysterical, attacked him, and then stabbed herself, and he was on his way to the hospital. Prior to the event, Jackson had been arrested 14 times on a variety of crimes, including indecent assaults and armed robbery. Jackson was accused with USAN's murder, but was acquitted by a jury in 1972. No one has been charged in connection with USAN's death since then. USAN was laid to rest at the African American Cemetery on San Antonio's east side. At a public memorial ceremony was conducted. Alpha Kappa Alpha, the sorority USAN helped establish, is still active at the institution. The Third Ward SHAPE Community Center continues to operate. The organization helped elect Houston's first Black mayor, conducts an annual Pan-African Cultural Festival, and contributed to the Third Ward Multi-Service Center's construction. 3 years after USAN's death, the Board of Regents of the University of Houston dedicated a park in her honor, the Lynn USAN Park. Until the 1980s, the park housed the university's live mascot, a caged cougar called Shasta. The university constructed a new stage for the park in 2013, complete with lighting and a sound system. The park serves as a focal point for campus life and activities.
Okay, that's it. So, and the subject we were talking about in class is how they tend to use these types of things like, okay, she was hated back then, but now the university, they made a park in her honor. And then whenever they take a tour, they take you on a tour, they go around and they talk about her, and they're proud of this, history related to her. But the community wasn't feeling her at that time. So it's weird how like the institution flips as time goes on, and like they rewrite history and make it look like the university was supporting her, and and they look at it as like a proud history for the university, but they were pushing against her left and right in all kinds of ways. She was getting death threats. They wasn't not happy about her winning homecoming queen and all of that good stuff. But now the university is all like, well, we're proud of this history and all of that. And the other part is her being found stabbed to death in her car, not in her car, in a car. Somebody offered her, a random stranger offered her a ride, and she died. Supposedly, he said she stabbed herself, was hysterical, and he didn't catch the case. He got off. Jury of his peers got him off. And this guy had all kinds of previous. She was raped too. She was stabbed and raped. They have evidence of that. And so he got previous charges of raping people and assaulting people in the past. And this guy got off on the case. And this is an unsolved mystery because her killer has never been held accountable.
Well, we're talking about the 60s, right? Where this thing happened. So we're talking about in the middle of civil rights when, this was
right after segregation, right after they forced the schools to do segregation.
Let's just call that. Let's call that during the time, because like it's not after. This is all in. This is in the midst of it all.
Yeah.
So, to me, I could see to some extent. I mean, even because just because somebody was a criminal before, don't mean that they actually committed this crime. So, I mean, if there wasn't enough proof that this guy or whoever it was, even though I stand with you, I'm just gonna assume, what I'm saying, you hurting other people, you most likely hurt this person. You in the midst of this person.
Yes.
She's hurt. You've been hurting others. Like, yeah. So, but at the same
story
time,
sounds suspicious. She was already dead in the car. He had a wreck with the damn cops. You know what happened? The jury of his peers, the white folks, and they knew who she was. They did not like her. And that's the reason why he didn't get convicted. That's how things worked back then. It was like, shit, he did a good thing, actually. The community probably was with him for killing her. And that's the reason why he got off.
Yeah.
And nobody has been charged.
Yeah. That's messed up, bro. And I'm sure that story continue. Like, there's many other stories like that we just still haven't heard about that exist, just the identical, or at least that's close, about the same type of story. Because especially we're talking about Black women, like there's a lot of things that they've gone through over time that where they don't get the justice necessary. So, or really that anybody should get, but it's kind of like what Deuce was saying earlier. Is like, not to say that all women don't have some of these issues, but definitely when we're talking about Black women, like they get even less. People, like no one really has to be accountable for harming this woman. And regardless of what kind of hairs were raised when she was doing her activism and whatever, like, I don't know, but we know during that time, like, bunch of people, like, we find out now, like, shoot, the Dallas coach, the Dallas owner, supporting certain bullshit back then. So it was a common thing that was going on, where it wasn't like out of place, and her not getting justice was just the same. It was not out of place, which is really sad.
I got a couple comments I've been missed. It says, "Where are the people?" And it says, "Chaka, this is good stuff," by Rayan. Thank you for the comments, brother or sister.
Oh, we got comment. We had a comment.
Yeah, and I don't know how late I am on it.
They're fresh.
So
it was at 4 a.m. and 4:04, so it was only 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, so I try to be on top of those. It's hard for me to do that sometimes. And
I was off. I'm normally on those for you.
Yeah.
So yeah, y'all got comments on this? Deuce, Doc, what do y'all think about this story? This hit me real hard because it just brings back it brings back the injustice that has happened and continue to happen because nobody has been held accountable for this. This guy is probably still alive walking the streets, maybe
Yeah,
murdering
it's
and
just
raping other people.
probably not at this point in his life, but uh, it's a sad story, but it's something that that continues to. Well, I ain't gonna say necessarily continues, but that plagued the black community back then. Like you already had no rights because of your skin color. You were hated because of your skin color, and then by it being a black woman, and
It's even worse.
men back then, and this is just history that I learned from my foster dad, him being a white man, like he said, and he tell you black women had it rough, had it the worst, but white women didn't have respect either. Their husbands and uh, and things of that nature didn't respect them either. But it's just the inequality and the injustices in the system. And then when you hear comments where people say, well, why are black folks so angry, or why, and it's like they, people feel like, oh, times are different and this or that. No, it's not. They're looking at these black athletes, they're looking at these black people in these music industries and things of that nature, or movie stars that have quote unquote made it out, but these folks, they still face injustices. The only difference is they have money. They have the money to get to pay for proper representation, and because of the platform that they have, and because these white organizations have invested millions of dollars into them, they get off on a lot of things. But us regular folks within the communities, we don't get off on things. Our foot is held to the fire for the whatever mistake, that that we make. And it's like that. It's just it's sad, bro. And it's like that's like I have to tell I have quite a bit of white friends, and and they were talking about, why don't why don't they just comply and this and this and that, and it's like, man, when you're in a situation like that, when you get pulled over by police, or you don't know what's gonna happen, you're already nervous. So when a cop pulls you over and you seem nervous, you could be a law-abiding citizen, don't have no criminal record, don't have not doing anything wrong, but because of the fact of the conversations that black parents have to have with their children, you know, and you have to have these conversations with them. That's just like my son. He's a very light skinned like myself. He's got, you know, green eyes, and when the sun hits his eyes one way, they look brown, the other way they look green, and everybody tells him he's so cute and this and that, but I always remind him, hey, you're a kid now, but when you get older, the scrutiny that you're going to face, you make a mistake. That's one thing that I realized by growing up in a white community. As long as I was this great kid, this, that, never had any problem. The one time I got in trouble, boy, they was at my foster dad house. That boy, that's this, that, and it's just the things that you face, and it still exists. And if you don't think that it doesn't exist, you're sadly mistaken. That's just like my daughter. She wrote an extremely heartfelt story, one that I personally think should be published. Um, she wrote about, how she's a dark skinned girl, and in a pretty much a predominantly white school, and that she will always be treated different than the black girls that are light skinned. She wrote about how her brother being light skinned, the treatment that he gets as opposed to her. And it's like that type of shit, exists, and these are the conversations that I have to have with my beautiful daughter,
Right.
every day. you know.
And with this story, I can't help but to think, they say justice delayed is justice denied. And then when people say no justice, no peace, this is what they're talking about,
Yeah, because her parents probably died never knowing who, not having any type of peace brought to them, They probably died searching for her killer, fighting for the justice system to look more in depth into their daughter's murder. And yet and still it's 2023. This happened back in the 60s. Her murder is still unsolved.
And it'll probably never be solved at this point. And the comment you said just a minute ago, I hate it when people say just comply, because the case that pops up into my mind is the Philando Castillo case, where he complied and they still killed him. And his case throws all of the arguments out of the window, because he had a legal permit to carry his firearm, and he let the cop know that he had a weapon, and he completely complied. He was calm in the video. He didn't look like a threat in any kind of way. And the cop shot and killed him right there in front of his girlfriend and his daughter. He complied. So they say, why they don't just comply? Well, what about the cases when they do comply and they still die? That doesn't work with that argument. The Philando Castillo case flies in the face of all of those arguments that they try to do, and then they start talking about, well, he shouldn't have had all of those tickets or whatever, no license, whatever it was. It was no insurance that he had that caused him to have, I think he had ended up with a revoked license or whatever. It was behind no insurance tickets that he was having. Just, this is all traffic stuff. And this is the kind of stuff that happens when you're poor and you can't cover those bills or whatever. But that, you could say it's wrong or he should have handled things better or whatever, but that shouldn't have resulted in his death, because they were saying he got pulled over a lot. He had a lot of citations. He had like an old car, and he kept getting pulled over all the time and getting all of these tickets. So, but he had a legal license to carry his firearm, and he didn't do anything wrong other than have an out license plate or out insurance, out sticker or whatever the hell it was, and that resulted in his death. And maybe if he didn't tell the cops that he had a gun, he probably would have been fine and try to hide the gun and conceal the gun and not even mention it, because the cop was scared. And then the lady was in the car and she was like, "Why did you do that?" And the guy was like, I don't know. He just reacted really quickly, without thinking. You could see the look in the cop's face, like he didn't really want to do it. Like he felt bad about it, but it was too late. The guy, he died right there in the car. And the last thing that dude Fidel Castillo said, he was like, "It's okay, it's all right." That was the last thing he said. Really calm.
Yeah, man. This, like I say, man, it and that's like I talk to my different, buddies of mine or, friends or things of that nature. And like I explained to them, the lens in which you see me and my family, not all of, society see me that way, and there is really good people out here. There is really good, white folks out here that truly care, and they see the injustices and they're fed up with it and they're tired of it, and their voices is loud, very loud in a lot of instances. The only thing is there's just not enough of them because the gatekeepers are still running the justice system. You know, they're still running the system, you know, the justice system. And that's not to say that you don't have white folks that, because you got poor whites, you know, no disrespect, but you got poor whites that face injustices in the justice system too. The book is thrown at them because they feel like they're a disgrace, they're a scum, or whatever, which have you. But it's just, man, this shit is crazy, man. You know, just having those, having those talks, you know, with my, you know, having to have those talks, you know, and it's like a lot of people don't understand that. But as a black father, as a, you know, black mother, you know, you have to have those talks with your children, you know, when they go out in public. Like, it's a certain way that you have to carry yourself. And even if you are carrying yourself in that manner, you may just get picked up, you know, or harassed by a cop. Somebody call and report something, and they say is black female or black male, and the cop pull up and see you, they immediately come to you. You know, it's just, that's just the world that we live in. You know,
And then another argument that they make is they're like, well, more white people die um, by police than black people overall, and that is actually true. It's just that it's the percentages that black people are talking about because the number of black people overall population is less, so the numbers aren't proportionate with, you know, the verses of the population. But still, people using that as an excuse
But another statistic in that is the fact that black people do get pulled over more, or are more likely to be pulled over.
Yeah.
So they have a lower statistic, but they're also more frequently in that position.
But still, I would say to that person that makes the argument that more white people get killed by the police than black people, I would say, well, you don't have a problem with that. So you're making the argument that, you know, black people shouldn't be complaining that they getting killed by the police because more white people get killed by police. And then my rebuttal to that is, so you don't care that the cops is killing all of these white people? You're not acknowledging that as a problem that needs to be dealt with?
it is the, you know, like I say,
Well, again, what about
policing
the
needs to,
statistic of the fact that more law enforcement officers get killed in the line of duty than civilians by law enforcement officers?
Oh, I'd have to see that statistic. I don't know that that's true.
It is true. It is pretty close. It's within 100 of each other. But yeah, more law enforcement officials get killed every year than law enforcement officials kill civilians.
Oh man, I'd have to see that statistic because I have never seen that.
at the end
FBI,
at the
Department
end
of
of
Justice statistic.
at the end at the end
Send
of the
that
day,
to me. I want to see that.
At the end of the day, that's still an issue too. You know, they're out here trying to do a job, and they pull up to a domestic. I've seen that happen. Hell, it happened just a few years
But
ago.
I have to say that that's their job. They sign, not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's right. Don't get me wrong, okay? What I'm saying is they signed up for this job. It's a hazard that comes along with their job. So when they make that excuse talking about I need to make it home to my family, so then I have to kill somebody so that I have to make it home to my family. But you signed up for this job, okay? You know, if you're a firefighter and you die in the fire, you're not blaming the fire that you died. You know what I'm saying? You knew that you had a chance of dying because that's the job that you signed up for.
But you also got to be careful about that because you remember when the black gentleman got killed in warfare when Trump was in office, and he said, well, you know, it's sad, but that's what he signed up for. He knew what comes with the job. People were all over that shit. Like, oh, that's racist, that's this, that's that. You know, so it goes both ways, man. You know, it's basically what it boils down to is that there's a problem within the system. you know, the way people are nowadays, the way, you know, policing is handled, you know, the over policing, you know, which, you know, we can state that claim too, but then at the same time, who do we look for to run, you know, come to our rescue when shit happens? And it's like they're under a lot of pressure and a lot of stress too. You know, I don't know the answer. I don't have the answer to it. You know, I say, okay, maybe training, maybe more in-depth training, maybe, you know, a lot less stress. You know, maybe they get paid a little bit more, so they're not having to work all these extra side jobs and still try to be a police officer. You know, I mean, I don't know. You know, there's never an excuse for a homicide for somebody to be, you know, an innocent person, or, you know, somebody, you know, not complying that's unarmed to be killed, or a police officer to be killed. There's no excuse for that, you know. But there's a problem, and we need to somehow rectify it, come up with a solution and a resolution,
Well,
you know, to change this, you
the
know.
defund the police argument, which even though that, like we've said before on this show, that defund the police is a bad
Yeah, because
branding.
they're the first line of, say, man, look,
But look, let me
but they're the
explain.
first line of defense. If an all out attack were to happen on the city of Houston and Pasadena, all of these chemical plants and stuff, by the police being armed the way that they are, they're the first line of defense before we can get any type of military boots on the ground, you know,
Let me
experienced
explain.
military boots on the ground, you know, like,
Let, let me explain. Because the defund the police has a bad rap because of the damn branding is wrong.
well, they're wanting to
But
take away. They're wanting to take away the police assault rifles and things of that nature, and all of the money
no,
that
that's
goes into the different
well, they
agencies.
want to take money away from it. But listen, this is what they mean. It's too many things that the police have to deal with. They're not adequately trained to deal with all of these different scenarios. You know, they have to come on the scene and deal with situations that span from a domestic dispute to just some kind of like mental health crisis. Like we we need to break those up into different units to show up that specialize in dealing with
But
those specific situations. The
but when
cops
they say
shouldn't be there.
defund, but the groups and the organizations that walk and parade the streets and say defund the police, that's not what they're talking about.
That is what they're talking about. That's what I'm trying to
No,
explain to you.
no, it's not, bro. I've listened. Like, that may be the calm, less radical people, but the ones that they catch marching up and down the street and they interview and they do, then they're broadcasted on these podcasts and stuff like that on YouTube. They're talking about taking the weapons out of the hands of the police officers.
That's the branding that has happened, okay? But that's not what
But
it really
I'm just
means.
saying what
It
these
means
people are
breaking it,
saying out of their mouths, though. I have
break
nothing
it.
else to go off of but what
It's
they're speaking,
well, have
you
you
know?
heard them talk about what I'm talking about right now?
I've never heard what you're
See,
talking
there
about.
you go. You need to look it up. It's there. They talking about breaking it up into pieces for the different calls need to be dispatched to different units to deal with these specific issues that go on. Somebody that's trained that know what they're doing to deal with like a mental health issue or whatever the hell it is. It's a whole bunch of things that related to the car chases, related to so many of the traffic stops. All of these situations where you deal with the police shouldn't necessarily have to deal with the police. You know what I'm saying? The freaking running a red light or whatever the hell, send them a ticket in the mail. You know, whatever it is, speeding,
Well,
send
they
them a
got
ticket
they
in the
got
mail.
well, you got to
Uh,
remember
if
the people voted against here in the state of Texas red light cameras, and they
eh,
took them down because the red light cameras, they found in a study that they actually did that they were a lot more dangerous because you got people that was running through trying not to get caught by the red light camera, rushing through yellow lights and this and that, and it caused more accidents. It actually did. Wayne Deltrafino, a pretty famous attorney in Houston, fought that and got that shit taken down.
I don't really like the red light cameras. I ain't gonna lie, but that's a good thing if it's done in a proper way. So, but the police chasing after somebody.
But it was done
because
it was a camera that took a photo. If you went through the light on red.
Yeah, I got one of those tickets in the mail before in Jersey Village. But listen, if you got the cops chasing after someone because they ran a red light, and then they have wrecks. My mom got into a wreck with a cop that ran a light and T-boned her, totaled her car out, and she got hurt. And this kind of thing happens all the time. So this is the problem. Like, the way we do it is what needs to be changed. You don't need the cops to be chasing after people, pulling everybody over for fucking out stickers, for all of this stupid stuff. You know what I'm saying? To bring into more situations where they have to deal with the cops. Because in most scenarios, the cops tend to escalate the situations. Where it's a non-violent, non-fucking combative, non-criminal, like no victimless crimes that turn into the cops killing somebody off of something that really shouldn't have been that. You know what I'm saying? That's where we need to relook at it. And that's what they mean by defunding the police.
And a lot of that has to do with the fact that probably 60 to 80% of our police officers right now are former military. And a military mindset defines an enemy. And that's what they're trained to. They are trained to treat whatever situation they're dealing with as an opposing force, as an enemy.
So then they're making
that's a complete different mindset when you're a cop, when you're actually supposed to be serving and protecting. You're doing this for the benefit. They are not your opposition. They're not your enemy.
So they're looking at the people as the enemy. They're looking at the people as the enemy. And another part is, you have to go to school forever to be like a teacher, which don't get paid hardly nothing. You got to go to school more to be to do people's hair than you have to go to school or training to be a police officer. So you got these young kids.
Unless you've got military, it requires a minimum of a 2-year degree
to be a police officer.
Yes.
That's not true. Send that to me.
Take a look. The courses in HCC. Take a look at the requirements. Go to HPD and look at their requirements. Military service or a 2-year justice degree.
The 2-year justice degree is to be like a marshal or those other, not no regular HPD. I saw the fucking training program for that. It's like short as hell. It's not 2 years. It's not 2 years. Send that to me because I have never seen that.
The training is only about 6 months. And then you go into being a rookie. But that's after you have a degree or after you or required military experience. They'll waive your degree if you've got military experience.
I've never seen that. And I know guys that went to be a police officer that didn't have no damn degrees, bro. I know a guy who became a cop, and I know this dude didn't have no damn degree. Maybe he went to the military and I didn't know about that part, but I know he didn't go to school. So the training is definitely part of the issue. You know, they get out there and they got to deal with all of this stuff, domestic violence, fucking mental health issues, fucking stabbings, and they're just not prepared to deal with this. There's too much on their plate, way too much on their plate. And that's what they mean by defund the police, is take some of that stuff off of their plate. They shouldn't have to deal with so many different things. Break it up into different departments and have different agencies deal with so when they do the 911 calls or whatever, they dispatch them to different units that deal with these specific. Like I be saying, everything. If your hammer is the only tool you use, then everything is a nail. You know what I'm saying? So the dispatchers send the police out for everything. That they need to have a triage going on with the dispatchers with the call that's on, and send the proper people to go over there, not just the cops every time. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They're just not trained for it.
Number 4 on the HPD application process is a work experience form. They're saying complete it if you qualify based solely on work experience requirement, which means you do not have 18 months active military, 48 hours college credit, or 3 years employment as a peace officer already. So that's the minimum they're asking for, or something where you've got work experience applied in the last 48 months. So yeah, it does take a little bit more than I'm going to be a cop to get a job there.
Yeah, what work experience would you have?
That's hpdcareer.com. If you want to follow the links on that to see exactly what the specifics are,
send it to me on Facebook. I'm gonna check it out. But
hpdcareers.com. It literally is the job application website that I read that from.
And so what would be 48? What was it? The experience. What experience would you have to be a cop before being a cop?
Again, find the information on the website.
Anyways, they need more training. They don't have enough training to deal with all of this shit that they have to deal with once they get out there. You know, they don't. That's why that rookie ran up and got popped at the bank the other day with the mass shooting at the bank. The guy obviously wasn't ready for, active duty. He got popped right out of training. He had just graduated the academy. It's a sad story. He's like 21 years old.
Well, define just graduated academy, because you still have your time as a rookie. So he was still a rookie. Where was his training officer?
I don't know. I mean, I have to look that up. Y'all look that up. That was the one with the bank, the guy who used to work at the bank, and he went in and shot his boss and all of these stuff. Co-workers in there. Some of them was his friends, quote unquote, that he killed. And he shot that police officer. I think he killed him.
Man, remember that time you ate my sandwich from the fridge? Boom!
That shit was personal.
Say, that was my soda water that you drank. Bam,
yeah.
bam.
Yeah, so they had fired him. And so he went back and popped all the people in the office.
Say, remember that time at the Christmas party when you laughed at me?
Yeah, man, you got to be careful how you treat people. I tell my daughter that all the time. I tell her that all the time. You never know. Be nice to people.
That's some serious free speech consequences there.
And I do it myself, because at my job, I'm always the weirdest person that's on staff. I try to be cool with them. You know what I'm saying? The one that looks like they could possibly come back disgruntled. I want to make sure that, at least maybe I'm the last one they shoot, or they'll give me a pass. I saw one of the school shootings that was like that, where the guy, he passed up one kid. He said, "You was always nice to me." He shot all the other kids in the damn classroom, but he didn't shoot this one kid because he said that kid was always nice to him. That shit matters. Anyways, y'all, it's 4:40. It's almost 5 a.m. We did 440, almost 5 hours on the show. I think it was a good show today. It was better than yesterday's show. I was all over the place yesterday. I really
Man,
had some more.
yesterday, when you sent that, I woke up to that live message. Me and the wife, man, we hadn't had a moment to like really sit down and chill. So we cooked food yesterday, all of my food for out here at work on the road, and me and her made some mixed drinks, alcoholic beverages, and we got done cooking and started wrestling and playing in the room, and it was gonna be an explosive night. And we laid down and we were fucking knocked out before 10 o'clock last night. We were drunk and sleep.
That's what happens, man. That's what happens when you're married, man.
And she was like, woke up. I thought she was gonna be mad. She was like, "Oh my god, that's the best sleep I got." She's like, "We just wrestled and played." I was like, "Yep, that's it. Didn't do none of the other stuff, but fucking crashed out. Woke up looking at each other right in the face."
That sounds wonderful, bro. Yeah, man. I'm glad y'all had a good time, man. This show is just something that we do, man. It's shit, taking care of the family. That's way more important. So yeah, and
tell Doc and Ogun, I say, fuck them.
Not even on your birthday.
I heard that idea. You got a long time to plan for it, Doc. It's in December.
I would not do it with Chaka's dick and Pat pushing.
That'd be a horrible sight.
It would get ratings.
Because I can hear Pat right now. Nah. Listen. Look. Fuck. Let me show you.
It's a couple of stories I wanted to cover because they were talking about countries around the world could undermine the hegemony of the dollar, and led by China, Russia, and Iran to find alternatives. I don't know if I covered that. I wanted to. And the one where it says Russia intends to support further establishment of Africa as a distinctive and influential center of world development, giving priority to supporting sovereignty and independence of interested African states. So that's what Putin is doing. I had an article on that. He says that Russia's going to be the world leader, Russian country, Africa countries, and he's going to help them.
They need those tech minerals.
Yeah.
Man,
Africa's got exclusive 3 or 4 of them.
I just wonder about all these interests and these people showing all these interests in Africa and all of these other places. What are their ulterior motives? Lift them high up build them up so high, only to fuck them over in the end, like everybody else has done. Like it makes me wonder about that. But
Did we talk about the Fox lawsuit yesterday? That
a little bit. It's one of those that we pretty much agree. Yeah, it was coming. Whatever. We breezed over it, but that was about it.
Let me play this right quick, because this is a big story. We really should have covered this. Freaking, Fox got to pay.
Enormous damage to my company, our employees.
Fox News on Tuesday agreed to pay more than $750 million to Dominion Voting Systems, settling a lawsuit over false claims the network aired about the voting machine maker during the 2020 U.S. presidential election.
The truth mattered.
Dominion attorney Justin Nelson spoke outside the Delaware court after the settlement was announced.
Today's settlement of $787,500,000 represents vindication and accountability. Lies have consequences.
Dominion lawyers had accused the conservative media giant of knowingly promoting the false claim that its voting machines had been rigged to switch votes from Republican Donald Trump to Democrat Joe Biden. Dominion CEO John Polis on Tuesday said the lawsuit had allowed the truth to come out.
Fox has admitted to telling lies about Dominion that caused enormous damage to my company, our employees, and the customers that we serve. Nothing can ever make up for that. Throughout this process, we have sought accountability and believe the evidence brought to light through this case underscores the consequences of spreading lies.
In a statement, Fox said it was pleased to have reached an amicable settlement, writing, quote, "We acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false. This settlement reflects Fox's continued commitment to the highest journalistic standards." The 11th hour settlement came the same day a jury was seated and as opening arguments in the trial were set to begin. At a pre-trial hearing, the judge had ruled that the claims aired by Fox were untrue. A jury would have been asked to decide whether the network was guilty of defamation. The deal spares Fox the peril of having some of its best-known figures called to the witness stand and subjected to potentially withering questioning. Potential witnesses included Rupert Murdoch, the 92-year-old media mogul who serves as Fox Corp chairman, as well as on-air hosts including Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, and Jeanine Pirro. Fox faces additional legal challenges. Another U.S. voting technology company, Smartmatic, is pursuing its own defamation lawsuit, seeking $2.7 billion in damages in a New York state court.
So the Smartmatic one is big, $2.7 billion. They only had to pay, what is it, somewhere in the millions to the one company. And it's funny, they settled right before the trial was about to start. They didn't want all the information to come out because it would have came out in the trial. But $787 million is a drop in the bucket for Fox News. But I don't know, that those billions might hurt them a little bit. But who knows? They're probably going to settle that one, and it's probably going to end up much lower than the $1 billion number that we see. But the result is that freaking, Fox lied about this clearly, and that's the story. So they had to pay. And I saw a story that said Fox said, "Okay, whatever, we'll pay, but we have a loophole in our deal, so we can write it off on our taxes. So they'll just get lower their tax bracket as a result of it. So it ain't gonna hurt them." So they dodged a whole bullet because if Sean Hannity and all of them had to get up there, Tucker Carlson, and get asked questions. If they lied, then they're gonna have to say that they did, and then they're gonna be looking like old buddy from InfoWars, and that's what they didn't want. So I think that's why they settled out. They didn't want, to have to come out and say that they actually lied.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So shit, Fox News lying is a fact. It's not alternative facts. It's a fact. Otherwise, they wouldn't have came out for that money. They would have let the trial go and tried to beat it. They knew they wasn't going to be able to. Man, I'm tired, bro. I'm going to have to wrap it, y'all. So.
All right. Yeah, shit. I need to get some sleep anyway.
Yep, it's almost 5 a.m. I'm gonna play the game a little while so I can wind down, and then I'm gonna go to sleep. I get to sleep in this morning because I don't have to be to work till 4 p.m. So, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. And we'll be back next week. Y'all check out some of the reels. I've been making reels of the show, and that's what gets views. But I appreciate if y'all check them out and share them and like them. Whatever, the ones that you like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And whenever we are doing the show, try to give me some sound bites, the 15-second sound bites that I can use.
I try. That's why I throw just some random dumb stuff in there every now and then.
Like that catfish.
Especially if people start getting heated, I try to say something stupid.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
But
Yeah.
anyways,
Pat, he must have went got a hold of some of that catfish.
Say, like that time when I explained that Hunting Biden would be the perfect presidential candidate.
Yeah.
I still believe Doc and Chaka getting paid by the Biden administration.
I wish I was getting paid.
Who did y'all sign contracts with? Him or Kamala?
I wish I was getting paid by somebody for doing this. I put a lot of fucking work and effort and time and fucking brain power in this shit. I don't get paid shit. This show costs me money.
I know who paying Doc in the Democratic Party because he mentions her name all the time. She wants him to put that name out there. Hillary.
Oh, no.
No, Doc's scared of getting Hillary.
Dude, Hillary is so freaking repulsive. Even Biden didn't try to touch her.
Don't fuck with Hillary. Hillary ain't.
She's like the only one that he didn't try to pull a sniff test on.
Man, it's crazy, and I feel like she still got a lot of power, just like Obama. They still got a lot of power, even though they're not in. They're basically retired from politics, but they still got a lot of power.
They're still flying around behind the scenes, talking big, making deals.
Yep. Because what's his name? Jeffries, who became the minority leader in the Democratic Party, he was selected by Clinton. So he was a Clintonite. And the Democratic Party didn't do no pushback on this guy. He just got railroaded right in there. Didn't even know who this guy was. I didn't know who he was.
He's either really well connected or he doesn't realize that they're setting him up to get his head cut off.
Both. Gonna use him as a scapegoat. And those two guys from, Tennessee? The ones that they ejected out, and then they had to bring them back. And then one of them, I think they re-ejected or whatever. He walked into the legislature with a baby coffin and shit the other day, and it got real huge media coverage. They're making those guys into stars. Those guys are going to be stars big time as a result of that. Like, again, I ain't know who these guys were at all, but now they're famous as hell, and they got a real future in politics, both of them dudes.
Oh, man. Peace and love, bro. My eyes getting heavy, they burning. I'm gonna go to bed.
My eyes burning. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. We'll be back tomorrow. Peace.
Peace.